Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace, hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have been given the honor of being your facilitator for this conference today. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for being here with us today, despite the very chilly weather. Thank you to all of our guests who have graced us from home and abroad. Today's conference will be held under the theme of approaching 25 years of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, sharing lessons across UN missions and nations. So starting with the opening session, panel discussion 1 and 2 in the morning, we'll also have the special session and youth session after lunch. We would like to ask for your presence until the very end. And just as a reference, we provide a simultaneous interpretation for all of our guests. So please use the receivers placed on your tables. We provide channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. We also have the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace streamed live on our YouTube channel. So for those of you who are joining us live on our YouTube channel, please refer to the live channels online. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the opening session of the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. So first and foremost, it is my deepest honor to introduce Her Excellency, Ms. Kang In-sun, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for her welcome remarks. Please greet her with a warm round of applause.
Her Excellency Julie Bishop, Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on Myanmar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to welcome you to the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us, and I give special tribute to the courageous and remarkable women who have graced us with their presence. You bring to mind all the brave women throughout history who have worked tirelessly to make this world better. The women peace builders, peacekeepers, human rights defenders, and humanitarian workers all around the world. Women like Hansa Mehta of India, who 76 years ago, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, made sure that the words, "all men are born free and equal," were forever changed to "all human beings are born free and equal." Or the women peace activists behind the seminal UN Security Council Resolution 1325, who nearly a quarter century ago broke down that barrier and claimed their rightful seat at the table. The last 70-some years showed us that the things we take today have been anything but for granted. These were progress hard fought for and hard won with nothing less than sheer grit and perseverance. For peace and progress have never been straightforward journeys. These are stories of challenges and resilience, of steps forward and steps back, of growth and growing pains, and of the human spirit that prevails along our messy and imperfect path. Today, as we reaffirm our commitment to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, I firmly reaffirm this truth, that our journey is never going to be neat or easy, but that it is always worth pursuing. As we mark the 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda next year, we need your resilience and perseverance more than ever. And we must all come together to amplify your voice for peace as the world faces its most conflict-ridden years since the World War II. Conflicts that deeply hurt women are everywhere, from Gaza to Ukraine to Myanmar. Despite women's critical roles in peace building, the exclusion of women from peace processes also persists, with women making up only 9.5% of negotiators of peace and ceasefire agreements. In places like Afghanistan and just up in North Korea, women are not just denied entry into peace processes, but denied basic human dignity. As an elected member of the Security Council for the 2024 to 2025 term, the Republic of Korea will remain an unwavering advocate of women, peace, and security agenda. We will continue to channel women's perspectives and empower women's voice in the Council's work, advocating for changes that enable more women to serve as negotiators, mediators, peacekeepers, peace builders, and humanitarian workers. This annual conference and newly launched the Action with Women and Peace Fund will mobilize networks and resources to protect women in conflict zones and promote their full participation in peace processes. And in our shared journey of peace and growth, we will work with our partners, our neighbors, civil society, and international organizations to find the strength to move forward even when the road is difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not shy away from acknowledging the setbacks, for they are part of the story. Instead, let us commit to resilience. Let us celebrate not just the triumphs, but the struggle it took to achieve them. As we embark on today's discussions, I look forward to all of your wisdom to illuminate pathways for the next 25 years of women, peace, and security agenda. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency, for your kind opening remarks and your outstanding leadership and being a role model to women across the nation. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take this moment for a commemorative photo with our speakers and panelists who joined us today. So now I would like to bring to the stage once again Her Excellency, Ms. Kang In-sun of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Ms. Julie Isabel Bishop, and Honorable Ms. Susana Guadalupe Marcaida to the stage, and also our speakers and panelists for today. Please join us up on stage for a group photo. Honorable speakers and panelists, please do not hesitate and join us up on stage for the group photo. Thank you very much. So please follow the guidance of our staff so that we can also have a balanced photo all together. Please smile for the cameraman. Our cameraman is standing up on our chair. We take photos very seriously in Korea, so it's very important to have the perfect photo setting. So please bear with us. Thank you very much. All right, and now our cameraman is standing in the middle, so please smile for the photo. Thank you. We have multiple cameras, so I think that they will continue to take some photos all together. Can we now clap for the photo? All a round of applause, please, for the successful hosting of our conference. Thank you. And please watch our cameraman or smile for the cameraman in the center. And keep continuing to beg an applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation. And now return to your seats. Thank you very much. And once all of our speakers and panelists and our distinguished guests have returned to their seats, we will continue with the opening session. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It won't be too long. We will move swiftly on with our opening session. Thank you. And we do have many guests from overseas who have joined us today. And with that, I also have the honor of inviting to the stage the Honorable Ms. Julie Isabel Bishop, the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on Myanmar, for her keynote speech for our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and I too am of the school that if there's no photo, the event didn't really happen. So it is certainly happening. Vice Minister, thank you for your speech and your welcome. Ambassadors, delegates, my deep thanks to the Republic of Korea for convening this most important conference and bringing us together to share our experiences and lessons across United Nations missions and across nations. This is a challenging time for your nation, and our thoughts are with you, and thank you for hosting this event. In my role as the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy on Myanmar, I am acutely aware of the need to address the disproportionate impact on women and girls of the deteriorating situation in Myanmar. There is a need for greater international support to empower women's groups, some of whom are represented here today, and recognise the role they play as peace actors and peace multipliers throughout Myanmar. In the wake of the military takeover in February of 2021, Myanmar women leaders were on the front lines, voicing the democratic aspirations of the people, leading their communities in opening the space for much needed aid to conflict-affected areas. I'm grateful to be among friends here today with whom I've worked closely to keep the focus on the women, peace, security agenda in Myanmar. And I'm especially thankful to ROK, a strong supporter of a better life, a better future for the people of Myanmar, and as a Security Council member, a very powerful voice in this space. I speak at this conference in part to appeal for further collective action on women, peace and security to ensure women are protected despite the volatile situations around the world. And we have a separate session on Myanmar this afternoon when we can delve a little deeper into the situation there. But throughout my own professional and political experiences, I have come to believe firmly that when women are part of the peace dialogue, we achieve a better outcome and one more likely to last. Women must be part of the process so that sustainable peace can be achieved. As we've witnessed in Myanmar, women have driven the ideas around the kind of peaceful and prosperous future the country needs at the national and community levels. This year, during the annual open debate on women, peace and security, the United Nations Secretary General launched his common pledge on women's participation in peace processes. This initiative invites diverse mediation actors, including member states and regional organisations, to join the United Nations in taking concrete action to ensure women's participation in peace processes. Now, women don't always conform to prevailing cultural norms and power structures. They're often overlooked when it comes to high-stakes ceasefire negotiations. Let's face it, to be a woman peace builder or even just standing out as a woman in many environments, even in professions around the world today, takes courage. Challenging cultural expectations of women's roles is a threat to entrenched power dynamics, and the reaction against women can be malicious. Yet remarkable women leaders remind us that transformation and empowerment requires challenging the status quo. We must embrace new approaches to cultivate a new generation of leaders, especially young women and girls who are at the forefront of reshaping power structures and advancing peace. We must also allow the voices of the women behind the scenes to be heard. As Australia's first female Foreign Minister, I saw the importance of systematically including women in mediation and conflict resolution. In the Pacific region, where Australia seeks to influence outcomes in the interests of peace and stability in the region, we are aware that the Pacific has among the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world, about double the global average. Women who suffered the most in wars and conflicts. What's more, I saw that it was only when women's voices were heard that wars ended. Take, for example, the decade-long war in Bougainville, which was brought to an end with the mobilisation of women. They organised marches, petitions, vigils, mass meetings to end the violence, and it worked. For women now take their place representing the autonomous region of Bougainville and those electorates in the Papua New Guinean Parliament. I recall an early example in my political career. In 2003, I visited the Solomon Islands in the wake of a period of conflict and violence between about 1998 and 2003. A regional assistance mission had been sent in with support from Australia, New Zealand, Fiji and others. And there was a delegation of men inside the parliament in the capital of Honiara, and they were doing deals. They were debating how they would form government. They were dividing up the responsibilities. They were determining the country's future. Outside the parliament, there was a group of women sitting around and they were making baskets. And I joined the group. They knew exactly what was going on. And they said to me, until such time as the women can be elected, and until such time as the women are inside there, involved in the peace building and the peacekeeping, there won't be a lasting peace in the Solomon Islands. Such wise words from women, seemingly disinterested, focusing on their basket weaving. But the women knew then, and the women know now, that for inclusive peace processes to bring benefits across generations, we must reverse the multi-generational impact of conflict and repression. I can't emphasise enough the urgency around the experiences of women in Myanmar, and that underscores our collective moral duty to ensure that international human rights and humanitarian law are adhered to, including that all civilians are protected. Women and girls continue to face widespread and systematic sexual violence, victims of all ages, genders and ethnicities, with the utmost cruelty and brutality. Civilians displaced and fleeing conflict become even more vulnerable to violence, abuse and trafficking, which is so often perpetrated against women and girls. The diabolical situation in Myanmar risks becoming a forgotten crisis, and the people of Myanmar, especially women, need our help. I'm told that there are currently 55 conflicts around the world requiring United Nations attention. My focus, of course, is on Myanmar, but my words extend to the plight of women and girls in any conflict around the world. My priorities include ensuring regional and other stakeholders stay engaged and increase their efforts to achieve peace in Myanmar that is led and owned by Myanmar's people. I will remain focused on ensuring the voices of the women of Myanmar are heard and that they participate fully in shaping the country's future. Without meaningful women's participation, peace will not be sustainable in Myanmar, or for that matter, elsewhere. We cannot allow the women alone to speak about their plight. During Leaders' Week at the UN in September this year, my office organised for 12 women of Myanmar to attend at headquarters in New York and speak directly to member states and advocate directly their cause. It was a powerful reminder of the circumstances and situation in Myanmar, and I particularly want to thank Republic of Korea for co-sponsoring the event. It meant a great deal to the women and most certainly to our office. All of us must work together to give women a global platform and support women to raise their voices and achieve their desire for peace. I wish you all the very best for this conference.
Thank you once again for your profound message of how women can be instrumental in the forging of peace. Thank you very much for your kind words. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have many videos congratulating us on our conference and also some keynote speeches from distinguished guests around the world. First, we will view two videos from Ms. Sima Sami Bauhaus, the UN Undersecretary and Executive Director of UN Women, and of Ms. Ingrid Gjerde, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Norwegian Armed Forces, the former force commander of the UN Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus. With that, let's welcome them on screen.
Excellencies, my deep appreciation to the Republic of Korea for convening this important meeting. It stands as a strong example of the Republic of Korea's unwavering commitment to championing women, peace, and security globally. Excellencies, next year is the 25th anniversary of the adoption of Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Since then, 111 countries have adopted national action plans on women, peace, and security, including 13 in Asia and the Pacific. When adequately funded and monitored, these plans can be instrumental tools in translating international commitments into concrete actions. I commend all member states who have adopted these plans and urge you to implement them, to fund them, and to work towards truly inclusive peace and mediation processes. Excellencies, the sharp rise of conflict over the last few years is setting us back. Last year, the proportion of women killed in conflict doubled. Conflict-related sexual violence increased by 50%, and military spending rose dramatically. At the same time, gender equality spending dipped, and the percentage of women in peace negotiations has not improved over the last decade and remains in the single digits. 1 in 2 women and girls in conflict-affected settings are hungry. Restrictions of women's reproductive rights and the destruction of healthcare facilities is killing untold numbers of women. In conflict-affected countries, women's rights to move, to be heard, to earn a livelihood, to denounce abuse, and to make choices for themselves and their bodies can represent the difference between life and death. Excellencies, the situation is not hopeless, and we are not helpless. We can and must do better. It is incumbent upon all of us to use every opportunity to make the meaningful action by pursuing accountability for gross violations of women's rights, removing discriminatory laws, or making policy commitments with a target and a deadline, whether for women in peace negotiations or funding for gender equality and women's organizations. That is why we must do much more to involve all women in decision-making, enable a safe space for them to speak up, to participate in mediation processes, and to have a voice in their future. As the Republic of Korea takes a seat in the Security Council next year, we look forward to continuing to work with you to realize the commitments of Security Council Resolution 1325 and to advance women, peace and security for all women and girls everywhere. Together, I am confident that we can move closer to a world where peace is truly inclusive and sustainable. I thank you.
Dear allies, friends and partners, 2 years ago I was a participant at this Seoul conference on women, peace and security. And it was a great inspiration for me. And I learned a lot, both from the speakers, but also from all the good discussions we had within the lessons. I'm happy to know that there are not only women in the audience, but also men. And this is so vital for me. The understanding that we have to engage both men and women when it comes to women, peace and security. This is a topic to have to be understood by both if we're going to succeed. We live in a more dangerous world. In our neighborhood, we have ongoing wars. All my career, I've studied war and conflict. And I've also been to operations twice in Lebanon. I've been to Afghanistan, been to Bosnia and Cyprus. And the more I learn and the more I have experienced, I understand that women are impacted by war and conflict. They are part of the fight. They are victims of war in many, many ways. This is also what UN Resolution 1325 is all about. How women and also children are impacted by war as men. But also how women then have to be an important part of achieving peace and stability in the world. In operations or in negotiations or planning how to handle the conflict and war and how to handle the aftermath. Women, peace and security is mainly about operational effectiveness and achieving goals. Gender equality is a good thing to fight for, but that's not the main reason for focusing on this. The main reason is to achieve our goals, peace and prosperity. My impression is that many still think this is a political correct thing to talk about, and that there is less understanding of the importance to achieve our goals. We have research from the UN that proves that there are differences when we have operations and units where women are participating. And this research is very much in line with what I have experienced myself in the operations I have participated in. There are three main reasons why we need more women in our forces and why mixed forces with both men and women achieve more than the pure male one. First of all, we see that we receive better intelligence. Women communicate in different ways than men. Women perceive things differently than men. And for that reason, we understand the situation better and we communicate better where we can get the information. The other part is that the mixed units, we see less abuse and harassment, both internally in the unit and in the local population, which means that it's safer, it's more secure to have mixed units operating. The third part is that we also see that where we have mixed units, the trust of the operations and the units are better in the local population. Might be linked to the first two reasons. I think we pay quite a bit attention to numbers and share of women. I would like to add that we also should look specifically on what kind of positions we engage women in. And I would say in leadership position at every level, in planning positions, because that's vital for how we operate and execute. And finally, in the positions where we engage with the parties and local population, we should see more women. This concludes what I would like to share with you. And I have 2 points I hope you will remember from my few words. First of all, women, peace and security is not a topic only for women to engage in and handle, but for both men and women. Secondly, women, peace and security is about operational effectiveness and achieving goals more than gender equality. With these words, I want you all the best for this conference, and I hope you will leave more knowledgeable and inspired. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions and your keynote speeches. And as she has mentioned, I think that we do have a very good balance of genders in this room. So thank you. And that's a great positive for our conference. Well, next, there will also be some congratulatory remarks from our guests overseas. First, Her Excellency Batmuch Batchechek, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, alongside Ms. Jacqueline O'Neill, the Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security of Canada, have also sent us videos congratulating our conference. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them on the screen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace in the beautiful city of Seoul. I warmly congratulate Your Excellency, Mr. Ju Tae-yeol, Minister of Foreign Affairs, for your steadfast leadership. Today, we all acknowledge that women's leadership profoundly impacts every sphere of life. Their participation in decision-making process is more critical than ever, particularly in addressing the challenges posed by current global crises such as the pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, and humanitarian disasters. Since the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000, the Women, Peace and Security agenda has been championed globally, recognizing the unique impacts of armed conflicts on women and girls and affirming their vital role in promoting international peace and security. Over the past 24 years, both the UN Security Council and national governments have worked diligently to implement this agenda. More than 100 UN member states have adopted national action plans, demonstrating global commitment. Yet, despite these efforts, women continue to be the most affected by conflicts, crises, and disasters worldwide. They also face ongoing discrimination and violence across various settings. Therefore, strengthening women's representation and participation in peace-building processes requires renewed commitment from the international community and national governments alike. Mongolia is firmly committed to implementing the WPS agenda through gender-focused policies and a human rights-based approach to development. We integrate these principles across all pillars of prevention, protection, participation, relief, and recovery. For over 20 years, Mongolia has steadfastly supported UN peacekeeping operations and is among the top 20 contributors of uniformed personnel. Since the deployment of our first female military observer in 2006, nearly 1,000 Mongolian women have served in UN peacekeeping missions. This leadership sets a benchmark in the Northeast and Central Asia region, exemplifying our commitment to achieving and surpassing the gender targets outlined in the UN Department of Peace Operations Uniformed Gender Parity Strategy 2018 to 2028. To support the well-being of our peacekeepers, Mongolia has initiated a pilot project for supporting peacekeepers and their families. We hope this initiative gains international support and can be shared with other troop-contributing countries. In June 2022, Mongolia successfully hosted the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping, welcoming female peacekeepers from over 30 countries. We plan to hold this conference every 5 years, aiming to establish it as a leading platform for female peacekeepers and stakeholders to share knowledge, experiences, and lessons learned. We believe the dialogues and insights shared at the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace will significantly strengthen our cooperation with the UN System and Security Council. Together, we can accelerate the implementation of Resolution 1325 as we approach its 25th anniversary and align with international commitments such as the 1995 Beijing Declaration, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the new Agenda for Peace. Recognizing the pivotal role of women as peacemakers, peacekeepers, peace builders, and crisis responders is essential for achieving sustainable peace and development. Let us reaffirm our commitment to promoting gender equality, empowering women and girls, and upholding their rights. These efforts are not just integral to maintaining international peace and security, but are vital to preventing conflicts, rebuilding societies, and sustaining peace. Thank you.
Bonjour. Hello from Ottawa. Annyeonghaseyo. I'm Jacqueline O'Neill, Canada's Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security. Please accept my warmest thank yous, hamsamnida, to the Republic of Korea and to Foreign Minister Cho for convening the 6th edition of this conference and for the opportunity to join you today. I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you in person to exchange on the important topics on your agenda, including discussions on Myanmar and the role of youth in peace and security. Canada and Korea are strong partners on women, peace, and security. Our ministers of Foreign Affairs and National Defense met last month and spoke about jointly advancing the women, peace, and security agenda, both globally and in the Indo-Pacific. They recognized the importance of our collaboration in their joint statement and committed to enhancing women's participation in conflict resolution, prevention, and post-conflict state building. I'm happy to share that this partnership exists at all levels, from our leaders to our diplomats to our militaries and, crucially, our civil society networks. This year, Canada launched its 3rd National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. We learned from action plans from across the world, including Korea's 3rd Action Plan, and integrated valuable learnings into our plan, including recognizing women peace builders' contribution to dialogue between communities, improving women's representation in government delegations, those participating in political discussions and negotiations in particular, and cultivating expertise and ensuring increased participation of women in programs on diplomacy. At this event last year, I spoke about Korea's commitment to women, peace, and security during your upcoming time on the Security Council. This year, I want to recognize your leadership in this space and the work you've done to integrate women, peace, and security and gender perspectives across your work. Not only, crucially, in sessions or conversations already focused on the women, peace, and security agenda. We recognize also your strong commitment to supporting civil society, including your announcement of support for Sudanese women's representation in conflict resolution. Canada held a seat on the Security Council in the year 2000, and we're proud to be one of the first supporters of Resolution 1325. Korea will be on the Security Council for its 25th resolution. Over these 25 years, much has changed in the world. These changes bring us new opportunities to work together on emerging security issues like climate and cybersecurity with new and expanded partners in areas including Africa, Asia, and the Arctic. However, much has also remained the same. Civil society and women leaders remain at the forefront of implementing women, peace, and security. And leadership from countries on every continent persists, just as it did before when Bangladesh and Namibia led on bringing the agenda to the Security Council. As we approach this 25th anniversary, Canada looks forward to continuing our collaboration with Korea and with those of you in attendance at today's conference to recognize and protect the gains we've made over the last 25 years, to strategize on even stronger implementation of the full women, peace, and security agenda in the years to come, including to create more opportunities for intergenerational peace building. I look forward to hearing the outcomes of this conference, of your discussions, and much more. Thank you. Merci. Hamsamnida.
Thank you to our guests, of course, from Mongolia and Canada for sending in their congratulatory remarks. And now, last but not least, we also have Mr. Bjorn Olof Skog, the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the Under-Secretary General of the UN Department of Peace Operations, who have also sent us their congratulatory remarks through a video. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please turn your attention to the screen.
Excellencies, dear participants, first of all, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the Republic of Korea for organizing this 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. Thank you for having me as one of your speakers. Unfortunately, I was unable to come to Seoul, but I did visit in October, including to engage on the critical human rights situation in the DPRK. The Republic of Korea is, like the European Union, a convinced multilateralist, active across all 3 pillars of the UN system. We need to deepen our cooperation in these critical times marked by attacks against the multilateral system and against international law. We're approaching next year's 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which marked the beginning of a series of extremely important resolutions on women, peace and security. The resolution also played an important role in introducing a WPS angle to the field of peacekeeping and ensuring that today all UN multidimensional peacekeeping missions have gender advisors to ensure gender-responsive peacekeeping operations. We also deploy gender and human rights advisors to EU missions and operations. They play a fundamental role in leading the implementation and mainstreaming of the WPS agenda. In addition, all the women serving in such settings are essential in leading by example through their professionalism and enhancing the credibility and impact of our presence. Thus, in addition to the 3 other pillars of the WPS agenda for us, participation, gender mainstreaming, and leading by example are cross-cutting themes. In the EU-UN cooperation on peace operations and crisis management, one of the 6 priority areas is putting women and girls at the center of security policy. As Korean peacekeepers deploy to numerous peacekeeping missions, your country also plays an important role in this partnership. Cooperation is particularly key in the context of accelerated mission drawdowns, where we risk leaving behind significant gaps, including in dedicated resources to advancing gender equality, women's rights, and human rights more generally. The Republic of Korea has also been a leader on other important priorities for the EU, including efforts related to conflict prevention and peace building, and more specifically, the Peacebuilding Commission. Our continued cooperation is key in the context of the upcoming peacebuilding architecture reform. Gender equality and the rights of women and girls are front and center in our overall foreign and security policy. We discuss it with all our partners in bilateral and multilateral settings, and we work closely with civil society, including women-led organizations, women's human rights organizations, and women human rights defenders. Tackling gender inequalities and gender-based violence are critical aspects of building resilience to security threats everywhere, including at community level. It is essential to solicit the inputs of diverse perspectives, including civil society, women, youth, children, victims and survivors, marginalized groups, and persons in remote areas who may have historically been overlooked. Moreover, transitional justice processes should be gender responsive, and we do not endorse peace agreements that provide for amnesties for sexual and gender-based violence. Proper gender analysis is even more important considering how the contemporary global peace and security challenges have a disproportionate impact on women and girls, including emerging and disruptive technologies and hybrid threats, cyber attacks and disinformation. I know that the responsiveness to such emerging issues is also a core feature of the Republic of Korea's 4th National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. The topic of women, peace and security is also of essence in relation to your session on the situation in Myanmar. In this context and beyond, it is key that we take a rights-based approach. For example, women and girls are often first and foremost identified as victims of violence, but a rights-based approach emphasizes that this should not overshadow their active participation and agency in peacemaking. Women across Myanmar, across all ethnic groups, tend to have less access to resources and suffer from the intersectional impact of inequalities. However, they are also first responders in their communities, leaders in displacement settings, and serve as the backbone of Myanmar's civil society. Women's full, effective and meaningful participation is a win-win situation. When women take part in peace processes, it is more likely that a broader set of issues are featured on the agenda and also that a broader segment of society is consulted. Consequently, peace is also more likely to last. A rights-based approach also means understanding intersectionality and how social identities interact and overlap. UN Security Council Resolution 1325 served as important inspiration for UN Security Council Resolution 2250 on youth, peace and security, and UN Security Council Resolution 2475 on the protection of persons with disabilities. Many other groups do not yet have such specialized resolutions. As we approach the 25th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325, we need better implementation of existing commitments in a context where there is a tendency to focus on securitized solutions over human rights-based ones. The Republic of Korea, as a member of the Security Council, ECOSOC, and soon to be member of the Human Rights Council, is in a unique position to address all dimensions of the women, peace and security agenda. The EU and the Republic of Korea are strong partners in this context. So I congratulate you again for the conference. I look forward to deepening our cooperation on peace and security, human rights and development. I thank you very much.
Excellencies, thank you for inviting me to address this important conference. Today is Human Rights Day, but for the millions of people caught up in conflict around the world, it is just another day filled with horror. Another day of being displaced, detained, raped, humiliated, silenced, and dominated. Another day of human rights violated and denied. The Women, Peace and Security agenda offers solutions based on women's leadership and meaningful participation to benefit everyone. We urgently need to take up those solutions. Instead, gains for gender equality are being rolled back, while militarization is on the march. Women and girls are denied their basic human rights as millions of dollars in armaments are blown up before our eyes every day, with the most tragic consequences. This cannot be the new normal. We can and must turn things around by ensuring women's equal and meaningful participation in peace and security at all levels and in political processes across the conflict spectrum. Studies show that the participation of women increases the probability of a peace agreement lasting 15 years by 35%. Yet on average, women constituted less than 15% of peace negotiators between 1992 and 2019. My office is working in Ukraine, in South Sudan and beyond to improve women's representation in building and maintaining peace. More sustained funding and support to strengthen the capacities of women peace builders, of women human rights defenders, of women's human rights organizations are critical. Perpetrators of gender-based violence against women and girls in conflict must face accountability, and we must set up mechanisms to support survivors and protect those who face threats and attacks. Across the board, we must do more to dismantle entrenched, patriarchal, and gender-based power dynamics which harm us all, and secure places for women in decision-making on equal footing with men across all spheres of life. Finally, we must uphold and defend international human rights and international humanitarian law, which states designed to preserve and guarantee our common humanity. You can count on my office's support in these crucial efforts. Change is within our reach. We must collectively act for women and girls everywhere.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to share a message with you today for the opening of the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. I would like to start by congratulating the Republic of Korea for organizing this important conference and express my appreciation for their unwavering commitment to UN peacekeeping and to the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Distinguished guests, when the Security Council adopted its landmark Resolution 1325 in October 2000, it envisioned a different future. One where women's meaningful participation is not an afterthought, but a prerequisite to resolving conflict and achieving peace. A future where women are safe, empowered, and equal. A future where member states, the United Nations, women leaders and organizations work side by side towards these common objectives. This vision, presented by the WPS agenda, offers the path of hope, equality, and peace, which we need now more than ever. Yet, 25 years later, challenges persist. As we mark International Human Rights Day, the global backlash against gender equality and women's rights is increasing and expanding, threatening to reverse hard-won gains. Armed conflicts are intensifying, exacerbating gender inequalities, and presenting specific risks to women and girls. In the face of these challenges, scaling up our joint efforts to advance gender equality and implement the WPS agenda becomes more critical. This is why the theme of this conference, focused on sharing lessons across UN missions and nations, is particularly relevant. For UN peacekeeping, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is a strategic and political imperative. It is a core priority reflected in the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping initiative. Personally, I have made it my mission to champion WPS across all areas of UN peacekeeping work. Our uniformed and civilian peacekeepers are advancing this agenda every day by protecting civilians and strengthening gender-responsive early warning. They are advocating and building capacity to increase women's meaningful participation in peace and political processes. They are working hand in hand with women's networks and organizations, safeguarding their space to engage. Yet, political commitment by member states, allocation of resources, and consistent joint efforts by all relevant actors still need to be strengthened to advance the WPS agenda. Today's discussion will present a unique opportunity to reflect on lessons learned in peacekeeping missions, existing challenges, and opportunities to push forward. I look forward to your important contributions towards our common objectives and wish you a successful conference. It matters because women's full, equal, and meaningful participation is our compass for sustainable peace, development, and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. All of our guests who have sent congratulatory remarks as well as the keynote speeches. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules to make those videos and send them over to us. With the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council's Resolution 1325 approaching next year, we do hope that we will be able to see all of our guests in person, maybe by the time that we have our next international conference, this time around next year as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening session of the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. Thank you for joining us. We will resume with a panel discussion, our first panel discussion, right after a short break. And we would appreciate it if you could be in your seats and ready to start by 10:20 a.m. Korea Standard Time. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do enjoy the break, and I will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us again for the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. We will now start our first panel discussion of the day, and thank you for joining us back again. The first panel discussion will be held under the theme of UN Peacekeeping Missions Operationalization of WPS Mandates on promoting women's peaceful participation in the peace processes. A very timely and important theme to discuss. And on stage, we have our moderator who will lead us through the discussions and 5 panelists who will share their insights. So thank you once again for joining us. And now I'd like to introduce our moderator first for you, Dr. Louise Olsen, the Research Director of the Department of Global Politics, Norms and Societies, Peace Research Institute of Oslo. Please welcome her with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I turn the microphone and the floor over to our moderator.
Thank you, and thank you for the kind introduction. Excellencies, esteemed conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, peacekeeping is one of the international community's long-standing and most advanced joint tools for peace and security. Research also underlines that it's quite cost-effective. For instance, between July 2021 and 2022, the UN ran 20 operations with 87,000 deployed international staff for about 1/10 of the US defense budget, just to give one important global reference point. While peacekeeping faces many challenges, research has found that peace operations can help reduce both the risk of recurring conflict and violence against civilians. It can also contribute positively to women's security in terms of access to health and other resources, and it can assist improvements in women's empowerment post-war. Peacekeeping work also for participation also takes place in very difficult times in terms of a context of high levels of violence. So peacekeeping has also sought to develop tools for reducing both conflict-related sexual violence and other forms of political violence targeting women. And this often involves sort of mobilizing also women personnel in the peacekeeping operations. So reducing violence is important, of course, in and by itself, but reducing violence targeting women in the host population could, in turn, also support women's political engagement, what we call the protection-participation nexus. So these are important dimensions that I think frame the current and the very current panel discussions that we will have here today. And I think to bring forward this debate on peacekeeping and how it can support women's meaningful and sustainable participation and empowerment, I am very, very privileged to be joined by a range of panelists who have very complementary perspectives from the strategic, but also from peacekeeping operations in Africa and in the Middle East. So first I have Catherine Andela, Chief of Gender Unit at the UN Department of Peace Operations. We have Kazumi Nishigaya, who is Chief of the Gender Unit and Senior Gender Advisor at the UN Mission in South Sudan, UNMISS. Agbeko Kofi Sudanyu, Gender Affairs Officer at the UN Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in the Central African Republic, MINUSCA. Cecilia Artsua, Force Gender Integration Mentor and Advisor at the UN Organizational Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO. And Sun Jong-ji, Liaison Officer at the UN Disengagement Observer Force, UNDORF. And as I said, I feel very privileged to be part of moderating this at this important conference. And we will conduct the panel in 2 sections. The first will bring out examples and lessons learned of what it actually means in practice to support women's participation and also why this is important, both in terms of empowerment, but also in terms of how it relates to creating sustainable peace. The second section will then focus in on discussing more of the challenges that we are facing today, in terms of how we can ensure that the peacekeeping support to participation and empowerment also leads to long-lasting effects on the ground. This is especially critical now as some operations face rapid drawdowns and sometimes even closures. So a central area to take forward. And I think we will be very fortunate to be able to draw on the experiences of this panel to take this discussion forward. And finally, if we have time, we will also conclude the panel with a forward-looking, positive sort of expectations for the 25th anniversary period. So, then turning to the first section on the panel, starting with how peacekeeping operations actually work for creating and supporting women's meaningful participation. So, Ms. Andela, I would like to first turn to you and ask, from a more strategic perspective, how does the Department of Peace operation work to promote participation, both in terms of what it means for both peace and political processes, but also what you think have been determining factors for that we've learned over the last 25 years that have led to the existing practices in peacekeeping. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Olsen, and good morning to everyone. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion, but to address your question, I will present you the overarching context of the women, peace and security implementation and approach, and my colleagues will provide you with the concrete examples. So, of course, we are operating in a comprehensive framework, which is starting with the landmark UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and the subsequent ones. We have also heard from USG Lacroix that for us, gender equality and WPS are a strategic and political imperative for peacekeeping. This is enshrined also in the Agenda for Peace initiative. We have also other instruments like our gender responsive policy for peacekeeping missions that also provide responsibilities, roles of all peacekeepers. When I say all peacekeepers, it's really uniform and civilian personnel. And you can also see on the panel that both are represented here, so uniform and civilians. So that's the formal framework, and of course, in addition, the legal ones, including the international humanitarian law, and of course the international human rights. So that's how we operate. So it's really well settled, and that's why now that we have like this compelling framework, it's time to really implement the women, peace and security agenda and towards gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if I now turn to the panelists who are working on this in practice on the ground, I was wondering if you can give some examples how you worked on this in peacekeeping to support participation, and also why this is important. Why should we dedicate? Why is it important to implement women, peace and security and improve women's participation? And I think reflecting on it both in terms of empowerment, but also to improve mission outcomes for peace overall. So I'd like to first turn to Ms. Nishigaya. Could you reflect on these questions from how you see it in the South Sudan context?
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation for this important conference organized by the Republic of Korea. I tried to bring to this discussion a field perspective that is taking place in the UN mission in South Sudan. I am Senior Gender Advisor working in this mission, also responsible for creating gender responsiveness and
of all the mission mandated tasks with the goal of achieving some elements of women, peace, and security agenda that are relevant to the mission mandate. We are not necessarily implementing the Security Council resolution per se, but we are 1325 per se, but we are implementing the mission-specific mandate given by the Security Council. 2729. We actually have altogether 17,000 troops and then 2,000 civilian personnel. So it's very much a large mission, multidimensional, and spread out across the country in 10 different areas of operation. We are characterized currently by the compounded effects of ongoing intercommunal conflict and stagnated peace agreement, also the impact felt by climate change, conflict from Sudan, among others. So I would describe the suffering of civilians enormous, and it's really go beyond our understanding. Turning to your questions about examples, it's very difficult to select, but I want to prioritize here, focusing on the peace agreement that we do have. In 2018, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan was signed by the parties of the peace agreement, and power sharing arrangement made an entry point, critical entry point for more women to enter into the mechanism and the institution of the peace agreement, including the government, legislative assemblies, and also ceasefire monitoring mechanism, among others. So for us, it was very important to support those who are newly appointed into those public offices under the peace agreement and power sharing arrangement. And as you know, those who are new into those offices are relatively less experienced. And most of them come from the younger generation of the public decision makers and a segment of the signatories' power. So we are tasked to basically support and mentor those women who are appointed into the leadership positions. For just give you an example about the newly appointed member of parliament, for example, we have focused on the parliamentary procedures, legislative processes, and also formation of the key institutions like Women Caucus in the Parliament, gender budgeting, and gender screening of the legislations, among others. Currently, we are facing the situation of constitution-making process and electoral process, so our attention is very much focusing on that, building the capability of the next generations of women leaders who are taking those important roles in constitution making and public decision making. Now, South Sudan is also having refugees and IDPs because of the previous conflict that took place in 2013 and 2016. So over 4 million of South Sudanese are currently taking asylum. 2 million of them taking asylum outside of South Sudan, and considered to be like 2 million equivalent is also internally displaced. So in order to make peace process very inclusive, we actually started consultation with IDPs and refugees across the country, and also in neighboring countries like Ethiopia and Uganda, about their perspectives about constitution making and electoral processes. We have done so during the last financial year. Turning to protection issues, you know, so many women suffered from sexual gender-based violence during the conflict, including sexual gender-based violence in conflict. So it is very important for security sector institutions to be transformed to cater for the needs of the women's protection, which means, gender-responsive security services in order to protect those who are already affected by the crimes and taking them to services, among others. Creating enabling environment for women to be able to participate in the security sector is also very important. So we have supported the creation of women's networks in all 6 security sector institutions in South Sudan. Why the work is so important in terms of participation and what kind of results we should deliver. I think it's one of those messages that dignitaries already delivered at the congratulatory remarks. I think the first point is support for participation is imperative, actually, especially where there are deeply entrenched social customs. In the country like South Sudan, we have the practices such as bride price and also early child and forced marriages, sometimes against young girls who are as young as 13. So I think it's very important that participation, especially having those voices reflected in the peacekeeping activities, especially the protection activity, is totally imperative. Another thing also mentioned earlier is that women's participation is actually not only a good thing to do, but also it's democratic and human rights principles that the UN is promoting, in addition to also operational effectiveness in the peacekeeping activities. We are the trend setters for international humanitarian law and international human rights laws and conventions. So promoting the compliant behavior is very important for us among the national stakeholders, as well as also promoting equality, diversity, and inclusion. I think also the former force commander highlighted the fact that understanding situations more comprehensively is very important. Inclusion of the women's information and voices are totally imperative in comprehending the situations related to conflict and security, and sometimes even early warning indicators, because women have different communication loops and different type of communication to tell the mission what is happening. The results we can expect is actually a balanced and equal participation of women and men, and that should result in the creation of critical awareness not only among women, just because of women, peace and security agenda, but also among the whole range of stakeholders. Early child and forced marriage, for example, that form the causes of discrimination and inequality against women and girls, involves not only about women, but also family members, especially mothers and fathers, and also community members, faith-based organizations, among others, traditional leaders, among others. So it is very important for all those stakeholders to get involved in consultation and creating a critical awareness about that. The second part is, it is a kind of natural ripple effect that we have witnessed, that knowledge and experience sharing and transfer is happening among women and for women, especially from older and more experienced women to younger generations of women, sometimes even as young as 15 to 16, those who are going to be the voters in 2 years' time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you bring up a lot of important points, and I think also in relation to the fact that we quite often need to see peace processes as large-scale political processes, and that's also where participation and influence comes in. Mr. Soninu, can you tell us your thoughts on these questions and give some examples from the Central African Republic?
Thank you very much for the floor. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kofi from MINUSCA, Central African Republic. So Coming to the question, I will say that peacekeeping operations use good offices, to interact with the government and advocate for the inclusion of women in the security, peace, and governance mechanism put in place at both national and local levels. So in the case of MINUSCA, for example, we can note the high-level engagement from the SRG, who call upon all the stakeholders to invest in WPS agenda. Also, we can say that the implementation of WPS agenda, as well as the gender equality, is done at both the mission, but also national level. So it's a matter that is implemented at different levels. At the mission level, we have a gender strategy that is implemented, and we are working with all components, civilian, police, and military components, to advise on how to integrate the gender perspectives in the service delivery, so to make the peacekeeping more gender responsive. So at this level, I think many components are now working, even if it is challenging, but we think we are moving, because in terms of protection of civilian, we provide capacity building for police and military, so that the protection of civilian can be more gender responsive in terms of patrols, in terms of engagement with the local community, and so on. But at the national level, we are working with a range of stakeholders, including NGOs, civil society organizations, but also with the government institutions. So at the local level, we work with, we train women, we build capacities of women on peaceful conflict resolution, mediation, social cohesion, and reconciliation, because we believe that, and my predecessors and the high level that provided the speech mentioned that when women are involved, so this increases the probability of having peace agreement. So they are working with security actors to hold dialogues on how they can be protected, because women should be also actors of their security. They are not only people that need protection, but they should be key actors. When we take a sample of the dialogue and peace agreement happened in 2019 in Khartoum, there was a large consultation of women organizations to collect their concerns and needs that were discussed around the table in Khartoum, and they were part of the peace agreement signature. So this make a difference. This make a difference, and we believe that women have capacities to influence processes. In terms of participation in political processes, we identify women potential candidates, and we are reinforcing their capacities, so that, because we cannot ask from women to be involved in political issues without giving them tools and means to do so. So we put in place, we established platforms of women engaged in politics around the country, and they are in charge of mobilizing communities around the issue of women participation. We identify also factors that impede women participation, like cultural issue. Cultural issue is held by traditional leaders, religion leaders, and youth as well. So we raise awareness with all those actors to explain the importance of women participation and what is the added value. So I think those actors commit to support women participation during the upcoming local elections. So I think for the sake of the time, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you also, together with Ms. Nishigaya, you really point out sort of how 1325 has really been made more concrete and translated into a mandate. And then it's a cooperation between the government and the peacekeeping to translate this into activities in order to actually promote participation, just like you're saying, the importance of putting it into action. Captain Erzua, could you tell us about your work on this in the DRC, please?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Captain Ezwa, a Ghanaian military officer, and I just ended my 3rd peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo as the gender integration mentor and advisor. With this discussion, I'm also going to bring to the fore some of my experiences. My first mission was in Lebanon, and then my second was in Abyei. And so cumulatively, I hope that this submission will cover all these areas. Regarding the question of how we peacekeepers, we help in the supporting the WPS agenda, I would group it into 2. As a peacekeeper, you know that we have the uniform component and the civilian component. So I'll speak more to the uniform component. First and foremost, it is essential that women are included in the deployment. So you are propounding an agenda of inclusivity. Therefore, on ground, we should see women also being deployed among the troops. Hence, the need to increase the numbers of women peacekeepers. So all TCCs, just like Ghana, are making effort to increase the deployment of women as part of their peacekeepers. Then in the peacekeeping mission, we have the troops, we have the military observers, we have the military staff officers, all being military component. As a troop, or a troop contributing country, or a member of a troop contributing country, the peacekeeping mission has ensured that we have introduced what we call the engagement platoon. So the engagement platoon is made up of men and women who are deployed with the various battalions. And in MONUSCO, my responsibility was to ensure in-mission training of the engagement platoon. Their main work is to go out, interact with the community. So it has been observed over the years that just patrolling within the community and not having a face-to-face interaction does not yield much benefit. Hence, the engagement platoon, who are represented by 50-50 men and women, replicating how essential it is for us to include women and men in all we do. Then we also have, I wouldn't belabor the point on gender advisors. We have the gender advisors, we have the gender focal point officers, and I must say that my appointment as a gender integration mentor and advisor was created by the mission leadership because they realized there was the need for somebody to mentor, train, and advise. I must say that until I came to this sphere, I didn't know much about WPS agenda. So it is very easy to assume that because we are uniform personnel, we know. It's not true. Just a few people know at the top hierarchy. But for the agenda to be successful, it must be decentralized to the lowest level. So that is why I was there to train the battalions. It is when these women in uniform know why they are there, then it boosts their confidence to also interact and then help the battalion. So why do we do this? We do this because, one, by our inclusion in the patrols and in the training in our operations, we get better information. It is very normal to go into a society where we have women. Some women are not comfortable speaking to men because of the societal norms or their exposure to certain threats. So they find it easy speaking to women. In the same light, we have men who are not comfortable speaking to women. So we have men to speak to such. And then there are also environments where having both of us helps to ginger the conversation. So for the benefit of peacekeeping and why it is essential, we are able to gain better information, and we are also able to better plan our activities to include everybody. Then lastly, we represent the best practice, whereby we want to encourage inclusion of women. Hence, we replicate what we are preaching out there. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you point to many important points, but I think one in terms of that different parts of an operation also fill different roles. So when we're thinking about how we promote peacekeeping, it's really, as you point out, very critical what kind of role do you have in the operation, but also then the responsibilities of those that contribute to peacekeeping to make sure that each unit has the right capacity. So if you're a troop contributing country, make sure you have the capacity of your troops to contribute. Very important points. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, could you tell us about this from an observer mission perspective?
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank to every relevant entities for these meaningful events, especially for our mission leadership. Even current situation, they allowed me to attend this meeting. And as a member of the peacekeeping mission in the Middle East, I also sincerely hope that the ongoing situation improves and is resolved through peaceful means. For the questions, I'd like to emphasize the difference between our mission in Middle East and also the African missions. Actually, we are working as a peacekeeper for traditional peacekeeping missions. It's totally different with the multidimensional missions. Actually, Cecilia mentioned about Lebanon. I'd like to example lies the UNIFIL case and also my current mission UNDOF case. I also served for UNIFIL before. In UNIFIL, we had the female peacekeepers, the engagement team with the Ghanaian officers or Ghanaian members, or even for the staff officers of each contingent. We had the kind of the market walks, operations, weekly base, and it allowed us to engage with the local population, mostly women's. These interactions respected the cultural norms of the host nations, while allowing us to gain invaluable insight into communities' concerns. This approach not only enhanced the trust between the mission and local population, but also showcased how female peacekeepers can act as a cultural bridge in a complex environment. Currently in UNDOF, we have 10% of total personnel, and also the 20% of the staff officers are female now. We have the opportunity to demonstrate female peacekeepers or female military personnel's capabilities in professional military roles. This is particularly significant in a region where some kind of advanced militaries are only recently integrating women into combat positions. By performing our duties in operational roles, we provide a visible model for what gender integration can achieve in military effectiveness and cohesion. For example, during liaison activities, as my main duty with host nation counterparts, inclusion of female officers facilitated discussions on gender integration in a way that would have been less impactful coming from all male team. That's the reason why we are, as a member of the liaison team, as a female peacekeepers. These experiences across different missions have shown me that women's participation in peacekeeping is not just about representation. It's about creating opportunities to demonstrate how gender inclusivity enhances mission outcomes. While the context may differ, like the multidimensional missions or traditional missions, the value of diverse teams and the impact of women in peacekeeping remain constant. I strongly believe that by continuing to highlight these contributions, we can inspire more missions and national militaries to promote gender integration, ultimately strengthening the effectiveness of peacekeeping operations worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's very interesting what you say about the recruitment of women for military components of peacekeeping. When I started 25 years ago, it was assumed that this was something that we could never change, and now it's actually one of the larger debates in the WPS context. But I think you also point out the fact that when we're implementing and talking about sort of how do we improve participation and security of the women in the host population, that we have to understand that gender is an organizing principle in all societies, but each society has solved this in slightly different ways. So one size does not fit all, but it's important in all contexts. It just has to be adapted. And I think that is one of the major progressions we have seen in the work of the Department of Peace Operations by really making this very, very concrete. So I think what you have all described are very important examples of the how and the why of sort of how peacekeeping works to support meaningful participation. And these kind of examples are also very important for intermission learning. But there is one challenge that research points out, and that is that we sort of need to think about how do we make sure that these important contributions lead to long-lasting effects in empowerment. So how do we contribute to that? There's a study by Blant and Natalia that finds that peacekeeping are associated with improved levels of empowerment in the host society. But when the peacekeeping mission withdraws, the empowerment level also slightly reduced, and some contexts also see increased levels of violence against women. So how we sort of think around the sustainability of our contributions is really, really key. And this has, of course, been really underlined by the fact that now we are also seeing demands for rapid closure or accelerated drawdowns in some contexts, like we've seen in Mali and Sudan. And interestingly, also in Mali and Sudan, the Security Council itself did not include WPS in the resolutions that actually ended these missions. And the UN Secretary General has also underlined that there is often a lack of funding for this work. So therefore, sort of drawing on your experiences in the panel, sort of how do we then make sure that all of these sort of contributions can last? Turning first to you, Ms. Anderley, if you can give us some answers on this and recommendations from the DPO perspective.
Thank you. So I will now come to a very political answer to your question, because obviously at this point there should be a strong political will. Political will not just from the host country, but also from all member states. So that's really a shared and collective responsibility of all of us. We have heard from, based on those concrete examples from the field, we have repetitively heard from the community engagement. So then the localization agenda is very key. I mean, the participation of the local women organizations, local population, but mostly the woman is key. But the woman alone cannot really push for their own participation politically. They need support. They need support from us. This support is translated or should be translated in, first of all, at national level in a normative, institutionalized approach. And then beyond then the national countries, we have also at headquarters, at the Security Council, we have to have like shared commitment. And that's where I invite also Republic of Korea, especially now coming to the term on the Security Council next year, to also be part of the countries that are sharing commitment on advancing WPS. This is really important. We have also seen that having like key provisions or even benchmarks in mandates renewal, I mean, to have like more nuanced languages, it's very key in helping also not only the peacekeeping to effectively address WPS, but the host countries to also implement some of the benchmarks or provisions. But again, to have like those nuanced mandates, we need some information, and this information is based on the intelligence, on the information provided by the local population. But the ones that will really relay the information to the top or to the pen holders of those mandates resolution are the gender experts, are the gender advisors, organized with a coordination of gender focal points, etc. Again, I'm taking that up to the strategic level, to the member states, including the Republic of Korea, to insist about the importance of this capacity. When we talk about capacity and capabilities, we need gender experts, not only in number, but the positioning is also key. So we need senior gender experts, advisors that will lead the whole mission towards gender equality and to the implementation of effective women, peace and security.
Thank you so much for sharing this ongoing work. Turning to the panelists, and also please share if you have other examples from drawdowns and transitioning that Ms. Andler has really pointed out are critical. So starting with the Lieutenant Colonel G, could you tell us about how you see how you work for ensuring that women's sort of your contributions to empowerment become sustainable?
Firstly, I'd like to highly agree with the mentioning from the Andela, especially about the senior female gender advisor issue. Actually, I put the first issue about that. So first, I'd like to emphasize the necessity of the senior leadership of the mission as well. I mean, from the uniformed personnel. Actually, we are having our acting military advisor of the DPO, the General Cheryl Pierce now, and previously we had several commanders, force commanders in the mission, but we are still very needing for more female seniors. As a field peacekeeper, I'd like to say about the mid-level senior officers. I couldn't find any contingent commanding officers in the field, but I think the most important part of the peacekeeping mission is to have those kind of mid-level senior commanders. So for making more mid-level seniors in the military part, I think we have to make some kind of pipelines for female peacekeepers to improve or to encourage their participation and also to improve or to develop their careers in the peacekeeping world. In my case, I started the peacekeeping mission as a captain, very junior captain, like 12 years ago. And I was a staff officer of the contingent, Korean contingent in UNIFIL. And after that, I could have the opportunity to join UNMOGIP as a military expert. And then I participate the same mission again, a little bit higher position of the contingent, like a chief of the branch of the contingent. And now as a major level I'm working for the UNDOF as a liaison officer. And this kind of the career development is essential for female peacekeepers. So I'd like to emphasize this importance first. And secondly, I'd like to talk about the mission itself. As the example of the UNIFIL, we need to plan a kind of the structure or long-term program for enhancing WPS agenda in the mission. In UNIFIL, as I mentioned before, the market works or the female engagement team program was really successful, and that transport or that kind of program handed over the rotations or the staff officers for each contingent or each batch. So it's the kind of the successful example of the mission, especially for the traditional mission. So I think the most of missions, even my current mission, should plan some kind of the long-term program for improve or the enhancing WPS agenda in the mission. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the building sustainable military-to-military networks. In my current mission, we had some kind of joint activities with the host nations before. Unfortunately, we cannot currently. But anyway, in this kind of activities, also to enhance the WPS agenda, not only for the mission, but also for the host nations. So by focusing on these strategies, repeat deployment or development of the career for female peacekeepers, and also structure the program and sustainable networks, we can make sure that the positive effect of the women's empowerment in peacekeeping operations are not just impactful, but also enduring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think what Ms. Angela really pointed out, the fact that, and this really underlined, I think, by your presentation, is that these are very long-term, quite substantial challenges we're up against. There are ingrained in the political system, but also in our own organizations. So it sort of involves all of us. It's a shared burden, but also a shared work and a positive thing we can all learn from as well. And I think also in terms of connecting it very, very clearly to the leadership and the mandate and so what we are achieving. So I think those are really important points. So thank you for sharing that. Captain Sua, how do you work on this, and how do you also see your experiences on how we promote empowerment long term?
Thank you. So for us to ensure sustainability, I believe that you cannot give what you don't have. And the UN has over 190 member states. So if from the member states, we all continue with advocacy and awareness creation. In my earlier submission, I mentioned that even some peacekeepers themselves do not understand the WPS agenda. So how do I propel an agenda I don't understand? So it must start from home. All the member states should ensure continuous awareness creation, educating members, even before deploying them into peacekeeping, so that the concept becomes a norm. It shouldn't become something for the elite. If you don't get to a certain pedigree, you don't know about it. It should be so common. So in my training in MONUSCO, I use examples that pertains to the family system to explain the WPS agenda. Because sometimes when I'm training the men, I let them know that we are not competing. It is a collaborative effort. So when you make it obvious that it is not a competition, because let's face the fact, if even we women, if you are in an appointment and you observe an unhealthy competitor, you become defensive. So when we don't show it as a competition, but it's a collaboration with the men, then that is the beginning of sustainability, where men and women are all churning out the agenda. So the first one I would say is the awareness creation right from the home countries. And secondly, collaboration between the components of the multi-dimensional peacekeeping. Civilian, police, military. It is a collaboration. So when we are doing things disjointed, then we cannot achieve one aim. So in the peacekeeping environment, we must ensure that we collaborate. Then we move on to the local community. Which institution have we empowered to carry on the agenda? So we should empower. The challenge I have observed, if I'm not jumping, is the resources. So we go and we give verbal, education and all that. But when it comes to practicalizing it, you want to empower a woman to be self-sustaining, to be confident. This woman is jobless. She's at the mercy of the same men who are abusing them. It can be vice versa. Then we go and educate them. You need to equip yourself. You need to be confident. Okay, for instance, I'm a fashion designer on my spare time. And for 2 of my peacekeeping missions, I was ready to train for free. There was no resources. And I had to go keep it to myself. So you must resource these institutions to keep the agenda going. If not, it's only going to be a lip service. So I would say collaboration within the force and then empowering local institutions and creating more awareness and education within the member state right from the grassroots. It should not be a policy for elite. It should be it should come to our realization that it starts from the home. When attitudes are adapted, it's very difficult to change them when the person is grown. That's how we say that you have to focus on raising your children with the right attitude. So we must start from home and then it will translate into all others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, again, you also bring up very important points, and I think how do we make sure that in a peacekeeping operation we have a consistent approach that is based in the mandate and that also is based on, as you say, a situational awareness and the sort of building on and contributing to the context. Mrs. Solignou, you have both experiences in the Central African Republic, but also experiences from situations of drawdown and closures of peacekeeping. Can you share how you see the empowerment?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to add to what my colleague said. I think ownership is key for sustainability. So all our actions should focus on how the local community and the host country ownership our initiatives. Also, I was talking about the high-level engagement, and I will provide 2 examples. Currently, we are going through an electoral process, and through the consultation of women politicians, for example, parliamentarian, there is a new electoral code that is more gender responsive. Why? Because it has a provision requesting from political parties to respect the parity on the candidate list. And further, this provision requests from political parties to position candidates, male and female candidates, in zebra manner on the list. So, alternatively, male candidate, female, or female, male. That is, a guarantee that we will have more elected women in the municipalities. So, this is the adoption of law. Also, the engagement of the SRG lead to a gender-responsive mandate. We have a strong language on WPS and gender equality. So these are, examples that can be considered as good practices in terms of engagement at high level. And also, the establishment of local committees for peace and reconciliations. The mission supported this establishment and advocated for the representation of women at least 30% in these local committees. So also, we are in the process of elaborating or developing the third generation of National Action Plan on the UN Resolution 1325. So these are the tools that at the strategic level can be guaranteed, can ensure sustainability, because the host country ownership, and if the mission withdraw, we ensure that there are tools that can ensure the business continuity. So at the local level, as Cecilia said, we provided, because we build capacity for women potential candidates, but how can they be involved or participate without means? So we provided a motorcycle for them as a tool for resource mobilization mean. This, we are sure that at least if we don't give money, but they can use these motorcycles to mobilize resources. You see? So these are strategies that we can use so that sustainability can be ensured at the local level and also at the national level. And nothing can be taken for granted, because many challenges are persistent, because women are still facing discrimination, violence, security and humanitarian issues. So in transition context, I think collaboration, coordination are key with other partners, so that from the start, it's not at the last minute. When the mission are preparing for withdrawal, we start running up and down, but it's not, I think it's a challenge. We need to collaborate from the start with various actors, including UNCT, local organizations, the national entities, because there is a lack or weakness of capacities, and we need to build those capacities along the way so that they are able to take over when the mission withdraw. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think both you and Captain de Souza really pointed out also the importance of understanding that gender equality dynamics is a local process that is ongoing, to which the peacekeeping can contribute positively. And how do we then build on that, as you say, on these local processes from the outset and make sure. And I know that in a coming panel, we have the leader of the GNWP here, who has worked a lot with localization. So I'm sure we're going to hear much more about that in a coming panel. Finally, Ms. Nishigaya, could you tell us how you see working with empowerment long term? Yes, 5. Yeah.
Okay, I want to highlight some elements that are critical to consider for sustainability of the effect that the mission have been undertaking and their effects. I think first and foremost, most important aspect is actually respecting the national ownership. The national institutions, including security sector institutions, even though there are some elements that missions still have to engage with those institutions to address, like accountability mechanism. But first and foremost, national institutions and their ownership is something that we are very conscious of, and also investing our recent efforts very intensively. So that's one thing I want to highlight. Secondly, I think partnership and collaboration is something that we also have to incorporate in all the activities that we do. In the context of UN mission in South Sudan, this is all about regional organizations such as African Union, Intergovernmental Authority for Development, IGAD, which is the owner of the peace agreement, as you know. They are the one who facilitated the current peace agreement. And they are the one that set up the monitoring and evaluation mechanism of the peace agreement, and also ceasefire monitoring mechanism as well. So finding out some common agenda which appear in their respective mandates, and also our Security Council mandate for governing the mission are critical, and collaborate as necessary so that we don't have to replicate efforts in a similar manner. So in addition to that, I want to give you just one example from the field. I think I introduced the Women's Network in the security sector institutions, and that is for creating a positive work environment and a peer support mechanism within the security sector institutions, and especially women who are the minority of those institutions. And there are some stories beyond that, actually. Beyond the individualized security sector institution network, they actually developed a national network of women in security sector. And they elected key offices such as executive director, treasurer, and so on, 5 or 6 key positions. And what I want to highlight is that once you start investing in such network, there is a positive transformational change in their leadership roles, and especially their impact on the peace agreement and mechanism and their mandate that they are delivering. So in the key mechanism called Strategic Defense Review Board, they now incorporate the chairperson of that Women's National Network as one of the decision makers in the country's national security and defense policies. So that's something I want to highlight as a good example. Further, UMIS is working very seriously in the prevention of SGBV and CRSV, conflict-related sexual violence. And I highlighted the fact that we focus on young women as well, and also men, in terms of positive masculinity, because I really want them to shatter the myth of gender is actually equals women, which is a discourse that is always working in the field of peace and also development. In terms of drawdown, I don't have a personal experience in drawdown missions, but in Nepal and Cambodia, I was a witness of drawdown missions. And what I noticed, and perhaps observe and share with you, are the 2 key things that are critical in terms of planning drawdown missions. And one is drawdown phase is very narrow and very short and succinct. So it's a narrow opportunity to invest in the most vulnerable population who are affected by the conflict. That can be women ex-combatants, women who are associated with armed groups, victims of GBV, and IDPs and refugees and returnees. And those are the special groups that requires dedicated attention and investment, so that the recidivism to conflict and using armed violence to resolve differences will not be repeated. Secondly, I think the resilience of the host country institution, especially in terms of human rights awareness, in compliance with international humanitarian law and human rights convention, is very important. Creating such educated and aware community is critical for the long-lasting peace, because they are the ones who will stand up and call for accountability. Their voices are very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think what you have pointed out on several in the panel is really the need to always include this and make it institutionalized and sort of put it into laws and political reforms and processes to ensure. Ms. Andela, could you tell us how the DPO works with ensuring this in a transition period or a closing of a mission?
Yes, I will give you the example of Mali. MINUSMA, where we withdraw. It has been an abrupt withdrawal, but notwithstanding, in terms of WPS, we were able to smoothly transition because of our deep collaboration with UN Women on some gender-responsive analysis, conflict analysis, which was good. Also about the political participation, so not to the peace process, because after the withdrawal, I mean, the peace process was also abolished by the national actors. But I really want that we also take stock about what happened in terms of WPS after we left. No one talks about that anymore because maybe the way we were asked to leave the country. But because in the peace agreement, it was a precedent for the ones that are aware about what is happening in the Sahel region, and particularly in Mali, it was a precedent of having women for 38% represented and participating at the peace process, at the monitoring of the peace process agreement. And we didn't experience a reversal effect like in Afghanistan, for example, with the changement of the regime. So on the contrary, the women are still there. They are still politically engaged. And maybe we should document also about that. It's not because we left that now we kind of shy away from what we have successfully achieved. And again, it was based on the coordination with the key relevant actors, and in that particular case, in terms of, I'm talking really about the political participation, which was UN Women. Of course, my other colleagues, I mean, Kasumi spoke about conflict-related sexual violence. In Mali, we were more working with UNFPA on that aspect. But coming back to the political participation, because that's what is at the core for peacekeeping, we made sure to have the continuity via UN Women, and there is not only this partnership that is important, but also resources, and the fact that we had also peace building funds in country helped also not cut the funding, the resourcing of the WPS agenda. So it's really important. Again, back to resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you also highlighted the importance of coordinating the policies within the UN system as well, and how we all work together in order to have one consistent. And I think that's really critical. And I think also all of you have brought up, I think the first high-level introductions today really set the forum that we have to discuss both the challenges and also the opportunities and the good examples. And I think you've done that in an excellent way. So let me end very shortly, as we're now coming to the end of this panel. We are only weeks away from the 25th anniversary of 1325. So if you, in less than a minute, should tell us what you think are, like what you would like to see on WPS in the coming 25 years, what would be your key advice? Ms. Andela, please, starting with you.
So as you know, we just had the Pact of the Future in September, where again, member states came together and shared some pledges. So I hope that it will be efficiently addressed. We should not, I mean, it's unfortunate that we are now talking about accelerators and pledges to kind of, we'll say in French, rattraper the 25th years. I mean, we have to accelerate the speed, but I really hope that now everything is really translated in concrete steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nishigaya, what do you like to see?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think WPS has been successfully, well, with some difficulties, really been accelerated to strategic and political positions, even among the political appointees of the UN and among the important member states who are supporting this agenda. I think in the coming 25 years, I want to see this agenda to be more relevant to the solutions of the global issues such as climate change and the emerging trend of the conflicts and their nasty impact on civilians, as well as also peaceful and ethical use of technology. So that's one element. And I also want to call on the attention to the humanitarian issues, ongoing humanitarian issues and declining resources. How can we address this with meager resources? And one of the solutions can be triple nexus, but we need to ensure that WPS is part of that important strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nguyen, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say that when we provided means for women as income-generating activities, we see how they could make difference. They could take over to some issues. So what I would like to say is that women, peace and security agenda or objectives cannot be achieved if it's not supported. There is less support to WPS agenda. There is less interest. So what I would like to say to the member states is to invest more in women, peace and security. Investing in women empowerment and their security have added value for families, communities, and nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Captain?
Thank you. As a peacekeeper and a woman myself, I look forward to a time, probably before 25 years, where the WPS agenda and its advocacy becomes a household term and no more just a term for a few. And then I could reminisce with a smile, knowing that I contributed my quota. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, I'd like to see the future without peacekeeping in coming next 25 years, even though some of us will be lost our job. But anyway, I'd like to emphasize the role of the member state as well. Actually, such as Canada funded the LC initiatives, and Korea also put our fund into some initiatives to empower the WPS agenda, but not only the direct investment or contribution, but also the indirect contribution is also necessary for the WPS agenda as well. For example, AI or satellite technology from the member state is a really important point, not only for the situational awareness, but also for the WPS as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'm not even going to attempt to sum up all these brilliant ideas, but I think starting with the fact that women, peace and security is about creating peace, and we all seek to make a difference, and that is well worth the investment of the resources. So with that, I would like to end this panel discussion, so please join me in a warm applause for our fantastic panelists.
Thank you very much for the wide scope of discussions. And the key role of the moderator is great timekeeping, and we were right on the dot. So please give a big round of applause to our moderator. Thank you. So with that, we conclude our first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We'll also have another short break. Thank you to our audiences online as well. And we will resume with our second panel discussion before our lunch. Our second panel discussion will be Asian countries' development and implementation of WPS NEPs, and we will resume at 11:50 a.m. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thank you. Well, thank you for making it on time. We are now starting our second panel discussion for the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. So I think that our second subject is also very timely, the Asian countries' development and implementation of WPS and national action plans. On stage, we have our moderator who will lead us through the session alongside our 3 panelists and 1 panelist who will also be joining us live virtually. So thank you once again for making time to be here with us today. And now I'd like to introduce to you our moderator, Ms. Norul Rashid, the Policy Advisor on Governance, Peace and Security from UN Women, the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause. And with that, I will turn the floor over to our moderator.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Welcome, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. So in this session, we will discuss Asian countries' development and implementation of Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. Our panelists will be invited to highlight experiences on the development and implementation of national action plans on women, peace and security from the Asia-Pacific region, and also to share some of their insights on the WPS agenda for the next 25 years. So to date, we have 112 countries who have committed to implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda by adopting national action plans, as compared to just 19 in 2010. In the Asia-Pacific region, 13 countries have or had adopted national action plans, and the Southeast Asian, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, recently adopted a regional plan of action in 2022, which will be the subject of our discussion today as well. The Pacific Islands had a regional plan on women, peace and security, but that ended in 2015, and other sub-regions such as South Asia never had a regional plan of actions. Now, why are we discussing national action plans or regional plan of actions? Regional plans of actions or national plans of actions, if developed and implemented in an inclusive manner, can be powerful statements of commitments. But also they reflect how member states prioritize issues and localize a very ambitious agenda into the local context. We have heard that the WPS agenda very frequently offers solutions to complex peace and security issues, and in fact, in many of the national action plans in the Asia-Pacific region do offer that sort of solutions-oriented frameworks or framing of complex issues. But at the heart of the WPS agenda, a national action plan is really about women's participation and inclusion and leadership in these complex issues, particularly in decision-making spaces where women are often left out or marginalized. So I'm very happy to be sitting here with a group of specialists and experts on women, peace and security. In the interest of time, I will very briefly introduce them. The first speaker is Rodora Barbaran. She's the director of the Human Development Directorate from the ASEAN Secretariat. She will be joining us virtually. We have Marvik Baletsa. She's the founder and CEO of the Global Network of Women Peace Builders. And then we have Yoko Yonamin. She's the gender specialist on women, peace and security. And lastly, we have Ji So Yoon, director of Center for International Development and Cooperation, Korean Women's Development Institute. So let's begin with our first round of discussion. And this will be addressed to Rodora. I think she's online. So Rodora, how has the 2022 ASEAN Regional Action Plan incentivized commitments to implement the WPS agenda at national level? What opportunities for regional and sub-regional cooperation and knowledge sharing exist? And why is this collaboration key to the success of the WPS agenda? I'm turning around to see whether she is online, and she is. Rodora, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Nurul, and a very good morning to fellow panelists and all the delegates attending there on site. So first, before I answer that question, Nurul, let me extend my congratulations to the Republic of Korea for organizing this 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. Let me also commend Republic of Korea's strong commitment in promoting opportunities for cooperation and advancing the WPS agenda. And in ASEAN, the Republic of Korea actually supports through the project on empowering women for sustainable peace, preventing violence, and promoting social cohesion in the ASEAN project. Let me just begin by underscoring ASEAN's high-level political commitment on advancing the WPS in the region. ASEAN recognizes the significant role of women in peacekeeping and peace building, and as agents of transformative change in promoting a culture of peace at all levels of governance. I would say that ASEAN has come a long way in promoting the WPS agenda in the ASEAN region. We started with the adoption of the ASEAN leaders on the joint statement promoting WPS in ASEAN back in 2017. We had a study called ASEAN Regional Study on Peace done in 2021. And then in 2022, the leaders adopted the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action on WPS. So I would say it's only been 2 years since the adoption of the RPA on WPS. And this, sort of explains what level of influence the RPA has on the ASEAN member states. So let me just describe a bit further the ASEAN RPA on WPS. It covers 4 key pillars of the WPS agenda, which is in line with the UNSCR 1325. So this covers protection, participation, prevention, and relief and recovery. It also has a dedicated pillar on implementation and coordination mechanisms. Further, the ASEAN RPA and WPS serves as a broad framework that outlines commitments at the regional level and offers a range of actions for national implementation with support from regional and international actors, as well as ASEAN's partners. Let me highlight as well that it serves as a guiding framework that supports ASEAN member states in tailoring the global WPS agenda to their specific national context, and it is designed to provide policy space to ensure that the regional WPS agenda speaks to the national and subnational peace and security priorities and evidence-based realities. Let me share that in translating the regional commitments into implementation at the country level is key to realizing women's meaningful participation in peace and security decision-making processes. And building on the successful local and national initiatives, ASEAN member states can further replicate good practices and lessons learned within the region to promote the localization of the WPS agenda in response to peace and security challenges. I would like to emphasize that enhancing institutional capacity for WPS analysis and response at regional and country level, including scaling up efforts so that localized efforts inform regional approaches, this will be critical to the implementation of the RPA on WPS. As part of the implementation of this RPA on WPS, I'm very pleased to update that ASEAN has finalized and launched the localization toolkit and guidelines of the ASEAN RPA on WPS. It aims to deliver clear guidance for WPS implementation across the region and to allow sufficient space to ensure WPS implementation at national and subnational level. So this localization toolkit and guidelines is a direct translation of the ASEAN RPA on WPS priority on the implementation of this RPA. Let me update that among the ASEAN member states, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam have developed national action plans On the other hand, Cambodia and Malaysia are currently developing their respective national action plans. And Timor-Leste, while not yet a full member of ASEAN, launched its second national action plan in February this year. So given these developments, I believe that the Regional Plan of Action on WPS has in some way inspired and informed the development of the national action plans of the ASEAN member states. Let me just also highlight that ASEAN frameworks and ASEAN-led mechanisms are in place to strengthen and push forward the advancement of WPS agenda in the region. This includes the establishment of the ASEAN Advisory Group on WPS, which aims to, among others, mainstream WPS within the ASEAN sectoral bodies, organs, entities, and processes. And this is in line with the ASEAN Gender Mainstreaming Strategic Framework, and also ensures the overall implementation of the WPS agenda. We are also at the moment developing and considering the establishment of a WPS community of practice. This will further enable multi-stakeholder partnerships among governments, the security sector, academic experts, and CSOs for policy success. So let me just stop there and hand over to you, Nurul.
Thank you very much, Rodora. I think you've raised a really key points here, particularly on the long pathway from a 2017 statement right up to a regional plan of action, but also right now, you are seeing more mechanisms for ASEAN member states to come together and specifically also to work with civil society organizations on the implementation of WPS agenda. So thank you very much for those insights. So I'm turning now to Mavic. How can experiences and approaches from Asia in advancing the WPS agenda contribute to its global evolution? Are there non-traditional WPS issues that member states should prioritize in their national action plans?
Thank you for that question, Raul. First, Joon Chimeo, and Gamsahamnida to the Republic of Korea for hosting this very important discussion. Before I go into responding to your question, Nurul, just a brief introduction of who we are as an organization. The Global Network of Women Peace Builders is a coalition of women's rights organizations and civil society groups from 40 countries. And we have about 120 member organizations, all working for the effective implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and in the recent years, in synergy with the Youth, Peace and Security agenda. And we've been privileged enough to work with governments, civil society, international partners such as UN Women, UNFPA, in providing technical support to national action planning in different countries. And some of those countries in Asia include, for example, Bangladesh, Nepal, the Philippines, Afghanistan prior to the Taliban takeover. It's a condition, for lack of a better term, that when we work with member states or governments, we say that we only work with them if civil society are meaningfully included, and especially women's rights organizations, and very, very especially those who are based in remote rural communities that are directly affected by violent conflicts and crisis. And that work entails, as I said, the development of a national action plan using what we refer to as full cycle implementation. So what does it mean? It means the whole process up to the point that you get to develop in a participatory manner the national action plan. Because let's face it, even though we already have 110 countries or national action plans, we still have many member states that do not have appetite to develop more and more so implement effectively those national action plans. And sometimes I get to say from napping, which is the short term for national action planning, some of them go to sleeping. And we don't want for that to happen. So some of our contributions, and well, primarily is informed by how women's rights organizations look at the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We look at it as an organizing and mobilizing instrument in the same way that we do the Beijing Platform for Action. And we use this at all levels. It runs across the different levels from local to national to regional and global. And some of the global evolution that we have influenced are, first, are the two major approaches to drafting the National Action Plan. One is what I refer to as no draft approach. What does it mean? You really start from a blank slate and you go across the country and solicit the input of women's organizations, especially local organizations that have not had the opportunity to contribute to policy making and policy implementation, especially policies that directly affect their lives. I'm not sure if there's someone from Nepal here, but I was the technical international technical consultant for the development of the first National Action Plan of Nepal. So we covered nearly all 75 districts of Nepal, and we spoke with former women combatants, with widows, with orphans, and we were traveling with then the State Minister for Peace and Reconstruction. And, as per usual, he was giving his speech, and then one of the women who is an ex-combatant said, yeah, with all due respect, Honorable Minister, we really appreciate the time that we have with you, and we've heard about you, we've heard from you, we've read about you in a few cases when they have newspapers, and I hope you let us speak this time, and you listen to us. That was so moving. And so that's what I refer to as no draft approach. So we gathered, I think, over 1,000 input from such organizations, and from there, the technical working group drafted the National Action Plan and brought it back to them to validate prior to adoption. So that's the first approach. The second approach, which is very common, and I think many member states as well as civil society see this as practical, is you have technical consultants who draft the National Action Plan. And of course, a condition in hiring those consultants is they have connection with civil society, and or they connect to civil society and local communities, and then validate the draft and for the for ministers, the leading ministers, usually Ministry of Gender, or in the case of the Philippines, it was actually the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, and the Philippine Commission on Women, in fact, said we want OPAP to lead this. And there's a reason for that, by the way, and really appreciate OPAP, and we've kept that in mind. Because when it is the Ministry of Gender or Commission, or what we refer to as national machineries on women, there's a tendency, again, for lack of a better term, to ghettoize the Women, Peace and Security agenda. What does it mean? Dismiss it again as a women-only instrument. And that's not what we want. And I think it was underscored by the previous panel. Yes, this is a Women, Peace and Security agenda, but it doesn't mean that it's for women alone, because gender equality is good for humanity. And when women participate, all of us benefit. So those are the two approaches. And then the second point, the second part of the second contribution to global evolution is localization. When we first worked on this, no one was paying attention, no one was listening, and this was back in 2008 when 1820, Resolution 1820, the first supporting resolution, was adopted. And now you can see that almost all member states are talking about localization, and our work, which is already implemented in 30 countries, has been cited by the Secretary General in his multiple reports to the Security Council. What does it mean? Simply, it is taking the resolution 1325 and the supporting resolution out of New York and bringing it to the local communities directly affected by violent conflicts and crises. And it is translating it not only from UNIS, what we refer to as UNIS, or English and French and other UN languages into local languages, but translating it in ways that are reflective of the realities of local women, local population. Many times they say, oh, you know, they don't relate. It's hard for them to relate with UN policies, UN resolutions, and they tell us it's too remote from our realities. So, in fact, I guess part of the broader mission here is to bring the UN closer to local communities, particularly peace and security policies that where do they happen? The fighting in the war in the Philippines is not happening in Manila. It's happening in remote rural areas of Mindanao. The same for, there are some African countries represented here. It's not in Kinshasa. It's in eastern DRC. It's in remote communities in North Kivu and South Kivu. And therefore, those are the people who should be participating in making these policies and implementing them. I have more, but finally, I would end here. Monitoring and evaluation. It's also one of our contribution to the global evolution of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The first national action plans, I would say, in the first 7 years, did not have monitoring and evaluation scheme. And we know what it was for. And in fact, when the first set of indicators were developed under Resolution 1889, no member states were using them. Why? There are two reasons. One is that developing countries and conflict-affected or fragile states have very small staff, and they said it's an additional work. We report so much to the UN already, and each reporting mechanism is different from the other. It's a lot of work. But the second, which is sad, really sad, is many of the member states looked at monitoring and evaluation as an accusatory exercise. Who is not doing enough, who is not doing anything. They couldn't see them as a tool for improving implementation. So what we did is we developed our own indicators, and we actually worked with UNIFEM then. It was transitioning to UN Women. And we work on these indicators, and the two criteria that we have for the indicators is that they are locally acceptable and they are locally adaptable. You cannot have, one set of indicators for all, for all 193 member states. And then there's a complementary monitoring and evaluation, and I guess this will age me, but I don't mind. When Jesus, shout out to Jesus and our colleague Shanti Dariam, who were still in the CEDAW committee. I don't know if you remember, you were still meeting in New York then, and we approached you that, we appreciate the interest of the CEDAW committee. And then many years later, CEDAW General Recommendation 30 on Women in Conflict Prevention, Conflict and Post-Conflict Resolution was adopted. And now, more than 50% of states parties to CEDAW are reporting on their implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. as well as the civil society who are preparing the shadow reports. And then finally, a very good reporting mechanism is the one we developed in the Compact on Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action, where I, representing GNWP, is co-chair with UN Women and with Norway. Secretariat is UN Women. And all of our signatories, or majority of our signatories, more than 200, including member states, civil society, private sector, are using it for very focused self-reporting on the implementation. I'll stop here. I have more, but I want to hear from our fellow panelists.
We do want to hear more from you, Mavik. But I think you've raised all these really critical points, but particularly about the process of developing National Action Plan, which is so key and important, as important as the document that will be produced itself, and that sort of dictates as to the level of willingness to include women and to ensure that women are participating. Processes themselves are considered as decision-making in many ways because member states are exploring all these issues that they may not have explored otherwise. Localization, your points on localization are very spot on, and this is key to ensuring that member states are willing to implement national action plans, which in many cases, the WPS agenda is still seen as very imposed, from other sides, and also something which is, as some speakers have said, quite elitist and not local enough. So thank you very much for making all those points. I want to turn to Yoko. This is again about sort of localizing in the Northeast for the next two speakers. So Yoko, how should Japan support and influence the meaningful and effective implementation of the WPS agenda in the Asia and the Pacific region? And in Japan, what strategies have worked in building broad-based support for WPS initiatives across different sectors? The floor is yours, Yoko.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Ministry of Foreign Affairs of South Korea. I'm so honored to be a part of this important conference to advocate WPS agenda. 감사합니다. Actually, I was involved in the drafting process of Japan's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. I would like to talk about Japan's experience of producing and implementing National Action Plan and some lessons learned in good practice and possible Japanese role to contribute Asia and the Pacific regions later. So first I would like to talk about National Action Plan on Japan. First National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security was adopted in 2015. It's under late Prime Minister Abe administration because Prime Minister Abe was so enthusiastic to promote gender equality and globally as well. So it was under that administration, Japan produced National Action Plan with civil society organizations. And drafting process, civil society organization is quite heavily involved in the process. And more than 85% of their proposed wording are adopted. And second National Action Plan was adopted 2018. It's a small revision from the first National Action Plan because it's only 3 years past. And just government started to implementing WPS agenda, so government didn't want to change many targets and actions dramatically. Then now Japan is implementing its third National Action Plan since last year. It's 6 years duration. And one of the, some of the Japanese feature of National Action Plan is establish, I think established a pillar of monitoring and evaluation, and established an external evaluation committee. Government produce implementation report. It's called monitoring report annually, and then evaluation committee review Japan's implementation, and they also make some suggestions, recommendations as well. Under first National Action Plan, it's annually produced, but it's quite a heavy workload. So, and also it's difficult to see differences, only 1 year duration. So they decided, government, and decided to publish review report biannually under next National Action Plan. Then now, under third National Action Plan, it's 6 years duration, so they produce every 3 years now. When I was involved in the drafting National Action Plan first, from 2013 to 2015, I was a civil society side. But a couple of years later, I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I worked for Gender Mainstreaming Division. And since from 2017 to April this year, and I was a lead of WPS, and including National Action Plan. So I'm not presenting Japanese government, but I would like to share my experience and some insights here. Establishing, having National Action Plan enabling to institutionalize to WPS work within the government, not only Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even within the one ministry has a lot of work because, before that, Japan is not conflict-affected countries, so Japan is more focusing on humanitarian and development assistance in conflict-affected and fragile states. But each, humanitarian assistance and development assistance deal with different bureaus and divisions. So it's quite, before the adoption of National Action Plan, Japan had already contributed gender equality and WPS agenda in globally, but information was quite scattered. But because of the National Action Plan and adapted monitoring, producing monitoring and evaluation report, all the efforts suddenly are visible. And through that implementing action plan, number of projects has increased actually. But budget-wise, it's not very increased a lot, especially it decreased during the COVID, because budget has to be allocated more nationally. That's why. And speaking about, and also, okay, and some of the feature of Japan's National Action Plan is to include disaster response and disaster risk reduction with gender perspective. I think Japan is the first country to involve the aspect, because Japan is prone to natural disaster, and also UN peacekeeping operation is a big part of the WPS agenda, but because of the constitutional restriction, Japan is difficult to dispatch troops in the conflict-affected countries. However, a huge, natural disaster situation, Japan's self-defense forces and police agencies are primary actor to deal with the situation. So it's we thought it's a similar. It's actually same actor to respond the first hand. So the gender training was included in that action, disaster response and disaster risk reduction. And speaking of contribution to Asia-Pacific regions, Japan hosted first Asia-Pacific Regional Symposium on Women, Peace and Security Agenda in Bangkok in 2016, so before adoption of regional action plan, and also do some other things. And especially with UN Women, Japan has strong partnership with UN Women. From 2017 to 2020, Japan contributed 1,427 million US dollars projects called Empowered Women, Peaceful Communities in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Basically, to provide training and entrepreneurship with a gender perspective, and also some trainings of counter-terrorism. And and as a speaking of diplomatic initiatives, as a member of Security Council, council member of 2023 to 2024, Japan has advocated WPS agenda in Security Council by holding regular press brief with like-minded countries, and also hold Security Council meeting on peace building with WPS perspective in 2023, which is last year. And also Japan hosted International Women's Conference, like this conference. It's called WOW in Tokyo 6 times, and one of the session is always about WPS. And next year, Japan is also hosting a National Focal Points Network with Norway in Tokyo. So, sorry, there are so many contributions from Japan, but I think what lessons learned is establishing national action plan, actually enabling your country institutionalize your WPS work, as a government. And also producing monitoring report is important. Of course, even external review report as well. And finally, I witnessed the importance of political leadership, especially last year, because former Minister Yoko Kamikawa was really enthusiastic to advance WPS agenda, and under her administration, WPS is really included many policy commitment and papers. And okay, so I think I should stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoko. Thank you very much. So Japan, as you have articulated so well, exemplifies how a national action plan enables institutionalization of the WPS agenda, both at the domestic level, but also at the sort of foreign policy and the global level. And you give, really salient examples as to how Japan has done this exactly, and some of the key features that enable Japan to provide support to international organizations and UN, but also other member states. And some of these key features are indeed quite unique. The interaction, the integration of WPS into DRR and vice versa, due for historical reasons, but also the fact that Japan is influential in the region and has supported a number of member states in the region, including to develop national action plans as well. So that's a key point that you have made. So the outward-looking perspective of national action plan are also very essential to member states that could actually influence the implementation of the WPS agenda. So thank you very much for those sharing those experiences. I want to turn to Jiso. And Jiso, how has South Korea been implementing, including monitoring for results, the WPS agenda? What were some of the challenges when the agenda was first introduced? What lessons can you highlight and the challenges that persist today?
Thank you for the question. Let me also briefly introduce Korean Women's Development Institute before I begin. We are a government-funded think tank researching on issues related to gender equality to support government's policy making in the area of gender equality. And last year, in the year 2023, we conducted a research project that was commissioned by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family in South Korea, which is the ministry that oversees the drafting and implementation of the 1325 NAP. And last year, we were engaged in a research project that kind of reviews the overall implementation of the National Action Plan, as well as to set the direction for the next round of National Action Plan. And so that was a long introduction, but like Ryoko, let me say that I don't represent either the government or the civil society, but based on our research outcome last year, I would like to share some insights drawn to the audience here, and hopefully that can give you some ideas about the kind of progress we have made. And so South Korea released our first National Action Plan in the year 2014. And this year, in the year 2024, we just released our fourth National Action Plan. And so we have a 10-year implementation experience as of this point. Our first NAP involved 8 government ministries, and it listed 10 goals as well as 28 specific strategies to fulfill that goal. And the current fourth National Action Plan now engages 18 government ministries, 18 goals, and 21 strategies to support that goal. And so speaking specifically about the kind of progress we have made in the area of implementation and monitoring and evaluation, well, let me first begin by saying that initially our National Action Plan it was structured under 4 pillars of the prevention, participation, protection, relief, and recovery, just like the major pillars of the resolution itself. But that was our first National Action Plan. Soon after, the second National Action Plan, since the second National Action Plan, the National Action Plan document consists of 5 pillars. And so it includes the monitoring evaluation as an important pillar of the National Action Plan, which is a big progress. And so what are some things that must be done under this pillar? Well, above all, now what it mandates is that it mandates government ministries involved in implementing the National Action Plan to hold a review session with civil society, with civil society included, to kind of monitor the progress made within the ministry. And this must be done in addition to the government-wide monitoring session that must be done annually. And so this is one progress. Another progress is to institutionalize the implementation process itself. And so South Korea revised our Gender Equality Act, mandating the Gender Equality Council under the Prime Minister's office to deliberate and coordinate matters related to the 1325 National Action Plan. And so this serves as the legal background to institutionalize the implementation process. And the final important achievement related to the implementation of our National Action Plan in the past 10 years is that our National Action Plan has expanded in scope. And so I can give you many examples, but to give major examples of major ones, so we have made an effort to localize the women, peace, and security agenda within the South Korean context. And so, for instance, highlighting the participation and representation of women in the North-South Korea peace dialogues. Our National Action Plan also includes mentions of support for female North Korean defectors. And so this is one effort to localize the agenda. And another recent example in the fourth National Action Plan is that we commit to the global dissemination of emerging issues related to the WPS agenda, like climate and cybersecurity, and also increased international cooperation in these emerging security areas. And so this is just to give you an idea of key achievements that have been made in the implementation and monitoring and evaluation, and how our National Action Plan has been strengthened and evolved over time. And this does not mean that we don't face any challenges, and of course there are several challenges that still exist. And one major challenge is limited awareness of the WPS agenda itself among the public, even among the government officials. And so, so that's one of the reasons why this international conference on women and peace is so important in raising awareness on the agenda itself, not just making the Korean public be more aware of what's happening at the global level, but also delivering to our international audience the kind of progress we have made, South Korea has made. And so I think that that's the reason why this international conference is so meaningful and important. But unfortunately, overall, the major challenge is that there's still very limited awareness and knowledge on the WPS agenda domestically. Also, South Korean National Action Plan, we have tried to engage the civil society in the process, because we acknowledge the importance of civil society's involvement and ownership in this issue. And like I said, to mandate each government ministry involved to hold a review and monitoring session with the civil society to discuss the progress made. To include this as within the National Action Plan is a big change and important change, but that doesn't mean that the civil society is really engaged in the drafting process. I know that in some countries, national action plans list the civil society as like the partner of implementation partner, that civil society have their own WPS agenda, and it's included in the National Action Plan, and civil society has the responsibility to deliver those goals. I mean, South Korea has National Action Plan has needs to advance in that regard, because the civil society's role is still quite limited in the overall process. And finally, I mean, funding and budgeting is always mentioned by our international partners as being important. And the South Korean National Action Plan has realized and acknowledged the importance of this. And so the National Action Plan lists as a strategy so that government ministries involved must make an effort to secure funding to advance the WPS agenda. And it's not that the government and the government ministries are doing nothing to fulfill this goal, but it's just that, as you all know, government budgeting is a process on its own. Government has many important policy priorities to fulfill. And so it's always not easy for the government to find that extra resource to devote to the WPS agenda. And so I think those are some of the challenges that remain.
Thank you very much, Jisoo. So that was a really useful overview of the experiences of South Korea in NAP implementation. The five-pillar approach that Jisoo has highlighted, that was sort of pioneered a little bit by South Korea, is actually a best practice that UN Women has been advocating for in a number of national action plans. No longer a four-pillar approach, but a five-pillar approach. Jisoo has also explained how the National Action Plan has evolved over the years to include climate change and cybersecurity, and how it has been localized as well to address sort of regional issues. And some of the challenges are, of course, not specific to South Korea. A number of member states are also experiencing challenges in relation to just the lack of knowledge at the national level among populations on the National Action Plan on WPS or the WPS agenda, but also civil society organizations, participation and role in the implementation, as well as, of course, funding challenges. I want to very quickly turn to my last question. I'm looking at the time, and we have to stop exactly at 1 o'clock because we have an important lunch. And so just in like 1 to 2 minutes, if you look at all these challenges that we have discussed today as well, could I invite all panelists to share with us your reflections on how we can optimize the transformational potential of the WPS agenda for the next 25 years, including in national and regional level policies and action plans? So Mavic, I want to start with you.
Thank you, Narul. First, we need to work more on the synergy between women, peace and security and youth, peace and security. And I do recognize that these two agendas have their distinct focus. But it is also important to recognize that they are mutually reinforcing. And after all, the marginalization, the discrimination, the violence we experience, and on the other side, our empowerment and agency as women do not begin based on our age. So it's one continuum for, all of these issues, all of these realities are part of one continuum in our work. The second is to see that localization is not only considered as a best practice anymore, but will become a standard practice for all women's organizations and for everyone who's working on this agenda, I mean. And then working with the media, 25 years on, we still see that women are not primarily represented as decision makers and leaders. And which also bring me, it's a good segue to talk about cybersecurity. Because, sometimes the distinction between mainstream media and social media and new technologies is, has become blurred. And it is important for us as we move in, in the lead up to the 25th anniversary, recognize the double-edged sword of digital securities, the pros and cons, the technology facilitated violence, and then finally, we need to work more on climate action and economic empowerment as conflict prevention strategies. Climate action, as we know, is a conflict driver and threat multiplier, and it, not only aggravates existing conflict, but it could lead to new dimensions of conflict. And then economic empowerment, when women do not have access to economic opportunities, poverty is increased, and we know poverty is one of the root causes of conflict, but at the same time, it also has a woman's face. We really need to address these two issues in the lead up to the 25th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mavic. Rodora, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Nurul. I echo the points raised by Mavic. And as I highlighted earlier in my presentation, the success of the Regional Plan of Action on WPS hinges on the effective translation into national initiatives, most preferably through the national action plans of ASEAN member states. The other panelists earlier already highlighted the importance of financing and supporting the implementation of national action plans and the broad-based participation of many stakeholders in this process. So I echo all those points. So it's very important for moving forward for regional cooperation to be translated into national actions and to ensure participation of as many stakeholders as possible. We have seen many challenges in ASEAN based on the studies that we have conducted and the many events that we have organized, hearing how the WPS have to speak to local realities and considering the great diversity in the ASEAN region, despite our many decades of relative peace and stability, we recognize that peace is very much contingent on many other conditions affecting the region, and these include non-traditional security issues such as climate change, disasters, and economic shocks as well. So all of this have to be taken into consideration. And in that respect, the way we implement the Regional Plan of Action on WPS has to be agile and responsive to these evolving challenges as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodora. Ryoko, would you like to go next? Please go ahead.
Okay. What was the question?
The question is for the next 25 years.
Okay. I would like to add, Japan's contribution to the Asia-Pacific. Japan financially supported Timor-Leste's National Action Plan and solely supported Sri Lanka's National Action Plan as well. And towards the next 5 years, like Mavic said, localization is very important. Each country has different priorities. And what is the implementation of WPS agenda on the ground is the question. Wording is everywhere, but what is the tangible action is, empowering local women and people. So it's important to advocate policymakers, especially like parliamentarians, because I witnessed really huge transition, huge impact of one parliamentarian member changed and enhanced WPS agenda in Japan. Former Minister Yoko Kamikawa organized a parliamentarian caucus on WPS for 2 years ago, and the group really pushing the agenda in many policies and submitted many proposals to prime ministers, and in the end, WPS is included in many policy papers. So I think it's powerful to work with parliamentarians and the policymakers also, as well, and also, of course, civil society organization on the ground.
Thank you so much, Ryoko. And Jiso, please, go ahead.
Well, I would like to highlight that it's really important to find relevance of the WPS agenda in our lives today. And I think that's really important point to make in advancing the agenda in the next 25 years forward. And so, I mean, not that women's representation and participation in conflict resolution and peace building is unimportant. It is very important, but I think it's also important to understand that the WPS agenda is more than that, and that it's really relevant in our lives today. And so several people talked about climate security and cybersecurity, and I agree with those comments as well. And what's important to notice is that these threats have gendered implications. And so I think in moving forward, it's important to be aware of these emerging threats, to understand their gendered implications, and to find ways to address those threats based on evidence-based research. And so it's important to research these emerging threats and to analyze and study the impacts, I think, and also global partnership and cooperation is important in the future to address these concerns, because these are global and international threats that we're talking about. And so I think these are the important things to bear in mind as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Jiso. And I think we are concluding this session. I want to thank the panelists so much for their insights and sharing experiences from a specific context as well. And so with this, I think we would need to conclude, and I pass the floor back to the MC. Thank you very much. To all the speakers, a big round of applause for them, please.
And thank you to our wonderful moderator as well for leading us through the discussions. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for joining us for the in-depth discussions, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of our second panel discussion. Well, I hope that you enjoyed having various different discussions throughout the morning session. And now we will have our lunchtime, our well-deserved lunch. And we will start our afternoon sessions with a special session on seeking peace in Myanmar, women as catalysts for change at 2:30 p.m. after having lunch. So please do join us after having lunch for our online audience as well, and for our offline guests. Lunch will be arranged in a buffet style in the foyer, so please do enjoy your meal. Thank you very much. And for those of you who have been invited prior to the event for a luncheon meeting, it will be in the Emerald Room. So if you have been invited, kindly we are requesting you to please follow the staff's guidance and proceed to the Emerald Room. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you after lunch. Thank you and bon appétit. Thank you.
영어 테스트 중입니다. 영어 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다.
Well, now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon sessions of the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. Well, as a facilitator, I think that our audience today is making my role very easy because everyone is keeping the best time management possible, and it's very easy for me to start on time. So thank you very much on my part. So with that, we'll start our special session, Seeking Peace in Myanmar, Women as Catalysts for Change. And first, we will start off with a very special guest, the Honorable Ms. Julie Isabel Bishop, the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on Myanmar, for her opening statement. She has firmly prioritized the WPS issues in her mandate as a special envoy. And so we'd like to invite her and listen to what she has to say before the panel session begins. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to make a few remarks ahead of the panel discussion on the change that is needed in Myanmar. And I'm particularly delighted that we have a dedicated session on Myanmar for, as I said in my earlier remarks, there is a risk that this could become a forgotten crisis, notwithstanding the depth and scale of the violence and the issues that are affecting the people of Myanmar as a result of the conflict and chaos in the country. I am delighted that we have such a range of expertise on the panel, even May Sabe Few joining us online, but you will hear from a number of people who are truly expert in the field, and I'm honoured to have the opportunity to listen to them. The conflict in Myanmar reflects some of the worst aspects of conflicts around the world, in that there is a disproportionate impact on women and girls. And we see that so often in conflicts around the world, and sadly, tragically, Myanmar is no different. You may have heard the statistics that there are currently over 18.5 million people in need of urgent humanitarian assistance, and it's estimated that about 9.7 million are in fact women and girls. 3 million people have been internally displaced, and the fighting, the military operations continue, the armed conflict continues, notwithstanding the impact on the people of Myanmar. You will be aware that so many people have fled Myanmar seeking protection in bordering nations, particularly Bangladesh is bearing the brunt of those leaving the country and seeking asylum, seeking protection. On the borders of Myanmar, we now have some of the largest, if not the largest, refugee camps in the world. And given the scale of other conflicts around the world, you can see how desperate the situation is. I have been overwhelmed by the resilience and courage and focus and determination of women's groups and organisations within and outside Myanmar. My first visit as Foreign Minister of Australia to Myanmar back in 2014, when there was a great deal of hope and optimism for the future of the country, was marked by many events. It was the ASEAN Regional Forum hosted by Naypyidaw at that time. But I did take the opportunity to meet with women's groups and women who have a different perspective, a different insight, and provide a view that you don't hear through perhaps other official diplomatic channels. And so I urge you, whenever you visit another country where there is a conflict going on, listen to the voices of the women and the girls, because their view can differ markedly. Women are being impacted in so many ways. The conscription laws that are having such a devastating effect on young people in particular are affecting older women, because now they are being left to look after the homes, look after the agricultural land. They are having to bear the burden of single households as young men in particular are being taken away to fight for the various warring parties. Women are mobilising their communities. Women are providing the aid in some of the areas that are affected by the conflict and areas where the administration is not able to provide aid. And women are documenting the human rights violations and abuses so that there can be accountability, for without accountability there's little chance of reconciliation. I was very pleased that the Women, Peace, Security agenda has been embraced in relation to Myanmar at the UN. In fact, last September, I said earlier that we had arranged for 12 women from Myanmar, female Myanmar voices, to be in New York to meet with member state representatives to advocate the plight of women and girls and young people in particular in Myanmar, and it was very powerful to hear directly from them. So I'm looking forward to hearing more, to learning more. I have adopted an approach of listening to all of the voices of Myanmar so that I can understand the perspectives and the different viewpoints with the aim of finding common ground somewhere, somehow, to ensure that the people of Myanmar get the better future that they deserve. So thank you all for taking part, and I'm so pleased there are so many people here at this conference to focus on what is truly a diabolical situation in Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your remarks and, of course, setting the tone for the panel discussion. I'm sure that our panel of experts will have more to contribute to the discussion, but thanks to your remarks, I think that it has set the right direction. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite our moderator and our panelists to the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, first, let's welcome them up to the stage with a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for joining us. And before we begin, I'd like to introduce our moderator to you. Our moderator is none other than Professor Shin Hae-soo, the chair of the Board of Directors of the Korea Center for UN Human Rights Policy. So with that, I turn the microphone over to our moderator. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm very happy to moderate this session because I've been engaged with the situation in Myanmar or Burma at the time from the 1990s early on. And this year, one of the ethnic groups, Shan, is celebrating its organizational establishment for Jubilee, which is 25 years of history, although the conflict started back then. So I think that this special session deserves much attention. But I also would like to give a little background of this Action with Women and Peace initiative, which started in 2018. And this annual conference is the 6th, and I've been participating and involved from the beginning in this initiative and attended all of the past conferences. And there has been civil society advisory committee engaged with this initiative from the beginning, and there has been strong suggestion and commitment that this initiative and this annual conference should be emphasizing 3 points. First is victim-centered, especially because Korea has this painful experience of so many women drafted into military sexual slavery by Japan, so-called comfort woman issue. So it should be always in the background of the conference, although, whether it is visible on the program or not. The second emphasis is on Asia. It should be Asia-focused, because there are other global conferences or WPS agenda led by other countries like UK or other countries, but there is no Asian focus. So we should give more attention on the situation in Asia. And then the final point is there should be participation of youth, because youth are the future. So there has been, from the beginning, participation of youth in terms of contest or things like that, which I hope the future annual conferences will also continue to have these 3 points of emphasis. And with that, I'm very happy to moderate this session, and I think this is a good combination on experts on Myanmar, and we'll have one person from Myanmar joined by online. I hope it will show shortly from Myanmar, but who is staying outside of Myanmar, who will speak about the current situation or the past history of the conflict. We have 2 experts from the UN institutions, UN agency, from UN Women and UNHCR. And then we have 2 experts from the UN related or civil society. So, if time permits, I can have a long introduction to all 5 of them, but because of the time constraints, I will not go into all that. But let me first ask May Sabe Pugh, joining online, because she's a national from Myanmar, Burma, and I will ask her what has been the history of conflict and the current situation, and then what has women played, as a catalyst in this peacekeeping or peace building all these years. So I think that would be proper to start with May Sabe Pugh, and as come along, I will ask other experts to give us more updates. She connected. May Sabe Pugh?
Yes, I think you can hear me well. Thank you so much for inviting me for this important event. And I'm very honored to be invited and talk about the conflict in Myanmar. So it has always been clear to us, and thankfully it is becoming increasingly clear to everyone else that women have never been passive observers in peace-building efforts in Myanmar. The women have consistently stood at the forefront of peace building, claiming their spaces from community grassroots level to nation-building activism rooted in compassion and resilience, and of course, in gender equality. So our contribution, although often under-acknowledged, have been very important in fostering dialogue and mitigating conflict. So for instance, in Korean communities, women have long served as mediators, using their deep-rooted roles within families and communities to resolve disputes between conflicting parties, build trust, and promote long-term harmony. And after the devastation of Cyclone Nargis in 2008, women in the Ayeyarwady Delta led relief efforts, organizing aid distributions, and crucially ensuring that not only women but all marginalized groups received the necessary support. This show of leadership helped stabilize these communities and prevented conflict. And in the 2010s, like Buddhist and Muslim women in Mandalay formed a grassroots peace group to promote interfaith understanding and cooperation, which tackled sectarian divisions head-on and promoted solidarity and mutual respect across religious lines. The women also play and continue to play critical roles in formal peace processes during negotiations between the government and ethnic armed groups in the 2010s. Women's organizations ensured that gender perspectives were part of the political settlement text known as the Union Accord. So our participation in the series of Panglong peace conferences And preparatory civil society dialogue leading up to the conference further underscored the importance of inclusivity in national reconciliation efforts, challenging patriarchal norms that marginalize women from decision-making spaces and discourse. I mean, as Professor Jesus known, the formation of the Women's League of Burma, WLB, stands as a testament to women's commitment to peace and equality since the 90s. WLB just celebrated their 25th anniversary yesterday. And the WLB has tirelessly worked to unite women across ethnic lines, advocating for justice, human rights, and gender equality as foundational to peace building. So Myanmar's women's peace builders have consistently bridged divides, championed marginalized voices, and fostered community resilience. There are too many examples from pre-independence to recent history. But let us speak about contemporary efforts now. The combinations of the critical value and support we provided during COVID and the post-coup reality we live in have seen women's efforts grow bolder and more strategic despite the increase in repression and life-threatening risks from the military junta. So for the sake of time, I will limit my response on recent approaches to 4 key areas. The first is leadership in humanitarian relief. We have shown exemplary efforts in providing life-saving aid, such as food distribution and shelter for displaced communities, showing the need for flexibility in peace building during active conflict. While we do this, we have also incorporated gender-sensitive approaches to protect against gender-based violence and promote gender equality. The second is advocacy for systemic change. Women peace builders have courageously challenged systemic patriarchy by demanding meaningful representations in national dialogue. Our advocacy resists tokenism, highlighting the critical need for substantive inclusions of women in decision-making processes. We challenge and trash narratives that dismiss women as stakeholders or as passive observers. We advocate that gender equality is a necessary component of any democratic society. And crucially, we advocate that gender equality is not a component to be achieved after democracy is restored, but a component that should be strived towards alongside the democratic struggle. The third is strengthening local governance. In regions controlled by ethnic armed organizations, women have stepped into governance roles, demonstrating their capacity to lead even in the most challenging circumstances. Through shadow governance structures, we advocate for policies that reflect community priorities while championing women's rights. These efforts bridge gaps between formal and informal governance systems, ensuring that local leadership is inclusive and responsive. The fourth, but not the least, is developing and promoting grassroots peace infrastructure. Women, alongside our male allies, have also developed grassroots networks that support women participation in governance, conflict resolution, and social cohesion efforts. These networks train and empower women to become advocates for their communities, creating a ripple effect that extends beyond immediate conflict zones. I would like to end on the note that women in Myanmar are not only peace builders, we are revolutionaries, visionaries, and healers. Our work is grounded in life experiences and challenges deeply entrenched patriarchal and militarized systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mesa Bepiu, joining online. Actually, when I visited Myanmar in 2013, we had high hopes at that time because there was a training organized by Gender Equality Network that she has been working on regarding legislation on violence against women. So there was a training session in Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar, with government authorities, police, and all the people. And I was invited as a resource person to talk about the legislations on violence against women. And then we had high hopes at the time, and back then, 10 years ago. And May Sabe-Pyu, after the coup, she organized women's organizations into Women Human Rights Defenders Network. So has been very critical in her work. And thank you very much for joining online. And I recall that she says that she is keeping herself and then all these efforts as visionary and hopeful for the future, which I think we need. Yeah. So she gave us the situation and then how women have been engaged. But I would like to ask next for two experts. First, Mr. Richard Jose, and then after that, Professor Yang-Hee Lee to give their perspective, because Richard, as a person from International Crisis Group, has been the Myanmar advisor, specifically, and has been engaged for a long time in the situation in Myanmar. So first, you go, and then Yang-Hee Lee also, of course, she has been the Special Rapporteur on the situation of Myanmar, human rights situation in Myanmar, and has been engaged on it, but also she has been the advocate for children's rights. But in this context, we hope to hear from her what has been the situation. So if you can, give us more insight into how the situation unfolded and how women had played any role in peace building and in this process.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Republic of Korea, especially for putting on this very important panel. I think anyone who's spent any time in Myanmar quickly recognized that this is a country whose political institutions, whose institutions of power are dominated by old men. It's a gerontocracy in a way. And so when the military coup happened on the 1st of February 2021, at the vanguard of the response on the streets were young women and men. And so this movement against the coup was more than just a resistance movement. It was, as May Sabe-Pyu said, a revolutionary movement, a revolutionary moment for Myanmar, where there was an opportunity not only to overturn decades of authoritarian military rule, but also to overturn some of the underpinnings of that, the societal and political underpinnings of that. And it thrust into the forefront a new generation of people who thought very differently from their peers of the past. And I think that offered an enormous amount of hope. That hope was dashed in a way as the military launched an incredibly violent response to these peaceful demonstrations. And that caused this movement to be forced to morph into an armed resistance movement from a civil disobedience movement. So the role of women who'd been there not only at the front lines of the conflict, but also taking part in this civil disobedience movement. They were most of the teachers who participated. They were many of the health workers who participated. They were on or leading many of the strike committees as well. And at that moment when it pivoted to an armed resistance, what happened was that the traditional gender roles started to be reasserted. That in military institutions, things resorted to a sort of male-dominated approach. And so the women that we've talked to over the years since the coup in all walks of life and in all aspects of the revolution, while they're still doing an enormous amount and are enormously important, speak of this fear of that moment of hope at the beginning starting to dissipate a little as armed resistance has been the primary or most prominent mode of responding to the coup. And to say a little bit more about what that looks like, women have been very active in the armed resistance movement. They have joined armed resistance groups, new ones, they've joined old ethnic armed groups who've been around for decades. They've gone through the same basic training as men. They put on the same uniforms as men, but they are not sent to the front lines to fight. They are kept in traditional roles, tailoring, cooking, providing administrative support, nursing. And the women that we've spoke to about this express a great deal of frustration because this has a huge impact on them at a personal level. It makes them question, why did they join up? What are they contributing to this anti-coup resistance movement? And of course, it means that although they may share a uniform and a rank with their male peers, they feel somehow that they don't have the same respect, the same experience, because they have not engaged in combat duties. And I think this reiterates the point that, that General Ingrid Scherde made at the beginning, that it's incredibly important to have this inclusive military structures as well when we look forward to the peace in the future. So in addition to the personal toll and the frustration, it's had a much broader impact. It means that women are not being promoted as quickly in these organizations as men. It means that they are not finding their way in the numbers that they should be into decision-making positions. And that means that their voices are being marginalized from this armed resistance movement. And I don't think we need a lot of imagination to wonder what this will look like in a future where there is a peace process, where there is an opportunity to craft a new nation. Those voices will not be there in the strength that they should be and need to be. All is not lost. Women are not taking this lying down. There are all kinds of initiatives to try and address this, and women's roles continue to be incredibly important across civil society, in providing support to IDPs, and politically as well. But as we've seen this shift happen over the last few years, there's also been a feeling that the political opportunity has also not been capitalized on as it should have been. So after the coup, the opposition political structures, the National Unity Government and other opposition bodies, were quite forward-leaning in appointing young people, women, people from ethnic minorities into positions of leadership within these institutions. And they looked very different from the kinds of political institution you would have seen in Myanmar in the past. But over time, the women that we talk to tell us that although they might be sitting in the seat, although they might have the formal position, their views are often not taken seriously enough, that they feel a little bit marginalized from decision-making. And the military aspect, I mean, it is difficult, it is a challenge, it will take time for armed groups to sort of reimagine the role that women can take within military organizations. But the political institutions, this should be the easier lift. This should be something that is achievable. And I think, you know, we also have to focus there in making sure that women's roles in these opposition political bodies are not only there on paper, but really there in the decision-making bodies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your description of how deeply the gender inequality is embedded in the society, and then what kind of opportunities we should look for in this situation. And I'll ask Professor Yang-Hee Lee to say, you know, anything she would like to say, because she has been involved very deeply as the Special Rapporteur on the human rights situation in Myanmar.
Thank you very much, and I'd also like to join my voice in thanking my country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs for including this special session on Myanmar so that, as the Special Envoy said, Myanmar doesn't become a forgotten conflict. I served as a Special Rapporteur for 6 years, and right after I left the mandate, the coup started, and so myself and 2 former colleagues who were with the FFM, the fact-finding mission on Myanmar, we organized a group called Special Advisory Council for Myanmar, and people asked us, SAC, M is our acronym, and they said, you know, the junta uses SAC. We use SAC's -M, which in English would say SACM. So we've been in existence for 4 years. We thought we would not be existing after 6 months. I don't want to repeat what Mesabe Pugh and what Richard Horsey just said, but what Mesabe Pugh said really resonates with me is that the women are not just peace builders. They are the visionaries, they're the leaders, and we tend to forget that. We tend to focus on women as being victims, but not as the revolutionary, visionary leaders. I was privileged to witness back in 2014 and 15 when it was U Thein Sein's regime, government, where the national ceasefire agreement was being signed, and it was the final consultation period. And I witnessed some ethnic community leaders who were delegations were led by women, but that was very, very few. And they were attending the final rounds, which never came to fruition. I just want to add a few numbers, statistics, beyond the fact that women are are at the forefront of any conflict, and especially in Myanmar, the new conscription law says that women are also to be conscripted, and women have been fleeing from forced conscription by the military. Of course, women have voluntarily joined the ethnic revolutionary groups, but recently, according to AAPP, Assistance Association for Political Prisoners, the 3 months time period of this year from September to November, 150 women were killed by the junta. Among them, 107 died from junta's airstrike. We at SACM, we produced a paper on effective control. It's obvious that the military is losing territorial grounds, a lot of territorial grounds. And the loss of the territorial grounds means that the only advantage they have are using airstrikes. And women are being killed. In the same period, 49 women were arrested by the junta. So the women really bear the brunt of the conflict in Myanmar today. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Hee, for this additional information as well as statistics, on how many women were killed, etc. It's all gloomy picture, but if we are trying to look for opportunities, I'm wondering whether the situation has been progressing, positively any further, and maybe it's time for the 2 UN agencies, UN Women as well as UNHCR, from the institutional and UN perspective, what kind of role have you played as an international actor, try to help and promote peace, and then trying to provide assistance to women in this struggle. So I first asked to Christine Arab. Ms. Christine Arab is the regional director of UN Women Asia Pacific Office, and then regional director Haejang Chun from UNHCR, both from your institutional perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hae-Soo. It's a pleasure to be on a panel chaired by you. I was trained by you and your colleagues when I first joined UNIFEM many years ago on this CEDAW. I think for you and women on the ground, and as Special Envoy Bishop said, right now, and my colleague will speak more broadly, Hae will speak more broadly about the humanitarian situation, but approximately 52% of the population that are living under humanitarian needs are women. And so a huge part of what we have been doing on the ground has been to first ensure that there's data and analytics that can illustrate and highlight this very specific needs within a humanitarian context that women are facing. There's, from the storms to the conflict itself, they're quite considerable. And as all of the panel members have said, the women are not only the recipients, but they're the guiders of what should be done and what are the most immediate priorities that the humanitarian agencies need to address. Specifically, we treat within there's an interagency body called the Gender and Humanitarian Assistance Body, GIHA, and so we do right now monthly gender analytics on what the situation is, where are the specific needs. These can range everywhere from reproductive health needs onwards to life-saving assistance on the ground. We do a great deal in partnership on the ground with women-led organizations as well as the UN itself on gender-based violence services, including sexual and gender-based violence services, and trying to identify some sustainable livelihood support for the women who are most impacted from humanitarian needs. And it of course is very challenging. UN Women's strategy in these situations is first to make sure that the women's organizations at the grassroots level are involved in the decision-making of any type of humanitarian response in their communities. And that they have both the resources and the capacities they need for the voice they already have. So the voices are already there and they don't need assistance, they just need a space. But the sustained assistance to their organizations to be able to deliver to the scale that originally when some of these organizations were developed, they didn't anticipate that scale, that they would have to respond to such a large group of people and a near constant state of demand. So we're always very careful in UN Women. We always talk in peace and security about the need for women's leadership. And I think we need to be very careful in saying it's the need to create the space for the leadership that is there and that is happening day to day. This morning, Special Envoy Bishop gave an example of when she was in the Solomon Islands. Those are leaders already sitting outside the parliament articulating what needs to happen. Now, what has to happen in order for that to happen is sustained financial and human support to those organizations. And for all NGOs, that's a challenge. We do have a global fund, the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, which I always get the title incorrect. And it is very focused both on ensuring that women-led organizations all around the world both have the long-term capacities they need, as well as surge immediate support when there's a humanitarian disaster. And we don't see it as an either or, it has to be sustained. A few things I want to highlight when you're talking about the challenges that women would face. And we're familiar with making sure that women have access to reproductive health, making sure that women have the legal aid they need, the psychosocial support they need, the safe shelter they may need. But a lot of what we do more globally around women in conflict situations is we are increasingly working with women-led organizations to see not just about their physical security, but their digital security. We're trying globally to do a lot more with women-led organizations so that they have cybersecurity, so that they can understand how to protect themselves. We know that women's human rights defenders are targeted. We know that they need these skill sets, they and their organizations, how to mitigate against that. We also know that many women human rights defenders are among the most vulnerable to deep fake and to everything that comes with that and how hard that is to shake off. We also try to focus on a diverse range of women's voices because by no means is the women's movement in any one country like-minded, and that's a good thing. That's what makes it strong. So we do try to focus heavily from that angle. I think the last thing I would highlight is that in order for women's voices to be engaged, there needs to be fairly transparent processes in terms of social cohesion and stability. And so globally, we try, and many different conflicts around the world, as part of a broader UN system, to first foster that environment, and then bring the women and their voices into that environment. But I would stop there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big applause. Yeah, thank you for your explanation about what kind of assistance UN Women has been giving in terms of the kind of assistance women would need, and also the need for their voices, which has been always active and vocal, but also the new sort of threat in terms of digital security as well as other aspects. Yeah. So now let's go to the UNHCR, whether you are providing the same kind of assistance or different kind of from the same humanitarian perspective. So Hae-kyung, thank you.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for the government of the Republic of Korea to invite UNHCR to this very meaningful session. The positive thing about going last is you learn from all the wise remarks from the colleagues before. Perhaps on my side, I served in Myanmar from November 2020 to October 2022. And in my current function, I cover Myanmar as part of Asian Pacific. So maybe I can bring you a little bit the women leaders, the girls that I met in the field. And of course, you know, Christina's mentioned what UN Women does in Myanmar and other settings, similar settings. We always complement each other. And in the UN, as you know, we have different roles and mandates, right? So for UNHCR, I mean, we look into the refugees, the stateless peoples, and also the internally displaced people. So when I landed in Myanmar in November 2020, we had about 300,000 internally displaced, most of them in Rakhine State, mainly Rohingyas. And my task was then to work with the government and civil society to look into the situation of this particular group in Myanmar, and also to help bringing back the many refugees that were in Thailand to the southeast of Thailand. Situation changed after 1st February 2021, and we tried to access as many people as possible on the ground together with other UN agencies and civil society organizations. And I must say that during the 2 years I spent in Myanmar, I was so humbled by the strength, by the kindness, and the resilience of the women. It doesn't matter if you are Kachin, if you are Shan, if you are Kaya, Kain, you know, Rohingya. I mean, the strength and then the kindness at the same time of these people really touched my heart. And in a way, I've been very blessed in a way because I was allowed before and after 1st February to travel quite extensively throughout Myanmar. And I've seen the situation of the Rohingya people, especially in northern Rakhine, but also I've been able to travel through Sagaing, Magwe, Kaya, Kain, Kachin. And you can see that, and there are some points that some of the colleagues mentioned here, inter-ethnic, interfaith. I think something that brought lots of women together, and also the people of Myanmar, was it doesn't matter maybe your ethnicity or your, of course you have the particularities, but the situation brought unity, let's say, in the people. One dimension that I want to highlight here is that the situation of Myanmar is not only in Myanmar. I mean, we do have the Rohingya people in Bangladesh, but also we have Myanmar people. We call it in UNHCR a situation because we have the country of origin, but we also have affected population, let's say, not only in Bangladesh, but also India, China in a way, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, right? So if we look into peace building, women's participation, we also need to think of how we can involve the women leaders or those who are actually at the forefront of providing humanitarian assistance, because we also need to be very honest in this sense. Of course, we have been able to provide assistance to many, but at the end of the day, at the forefront are the Myanmar people, are the Myanmar organizations, and are the Myanmar mothers and the women leaders in the communities. So how to involve those women, those who have been displaced outside Myanmar, but also inside Myanmar, how to involve those young women and women in this return process, right? Because if we want to do a peace building, peacemaking, peace process, of course, it's important the people who are inside Myanmar, but how to do that. And in the case of, for instance, the many Rohingya people that are staying in Bangladesh, for instance, we do have lots of different activities that foster leadership or fosters community participation. But then when they return, when the peace is accorded, or when the situation is more conducive for them to return to the country, then we have to also have a situation where the leadership or the independence or economic independence or whatever that we are building or the women has acquired outside Myanmar should be able to use it inside and be able to access that type of right? So I think it's very important to look into the situation overall and think of the Myanmar people in Myanmar, but also in the peace process, and thinking of the women leaders that I have met inside and outside Myanmar, how to include them in this process and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hae-kyung, for your contribution from UNHCR's point of view. Yeah, I've been visited once in the refugee camp, which was huge, near the Myanmar-Thai border. And when the situation was more optimistic, most of my friends went back to Myanmar. But then when the situation got worse, they all have to come out again to Thailand and other countries nearby. So I think it's, I'm happy that you raised this, this point of how international community should assist both those who are inside as well as outside, especially from the refugee point of view. Yeah. So now I would like to ask whether May Sabe-Phew has any other suggestions, especially to the international community. What kind of action can be taken or should be taken, from a Burmese point of view, as a national point of view, and then I'll also ask Richard and Yang-hee whether you can have any points to add, from not the UN agency's point of view, but as an expert point of view. Yeah. First, May Sabe-Phew. Yeah. Do you have anything else to ask?
Thank you so much. It's very important to voice out the voice from the community. So what I would like to highlight here is to protect and amplify the work of women peace builders in Myanmar. So the international community must take bold, feminist, and intersectional actions that address both immediate needs and long-term structural inequalities exacerbated by the conflict. So I have a few points to suggest here. So one, provide sustained and flexible funding. The donors must establish long-term flexible funding mechanisms that prioritize grassroots women's organizations, ensuring they can adapt to shifting political, economics, and conflict dynamics. Number two, prioritize protection mechanisms. International actors should strengthen protection mechanisms for women activists and peace builders through programs like rapid response grants for relocation, physical and digital security training, and international advocacy to hold perpetrators accountable. Number three, integrate women voices in peace processes. Pressure stakeholders, including ASEAN and the UN, to enforce gender quotas in peace negotiations and transitional governance structures. To ensure women's demands, particularly on justice and reparations, are included in peace agreements. Number four, support capacity building and knowledge sharing. Facilitate capacity building programs that center local knowledge and practice while offering technical skills in negotiation, advocacy, and transitional justice. Number five, advocate for accountability and gender justice. International mechanisms must ensure accountability for gender-based crimes, support survivor-centered justice initiatives, and amplify calls for reparations and truth-telling processes led by women. The last point, number six, elevate the role of intersectionality. Ensure that support strategies recognize and address the distinct challenges faced by ethnic minorities women within minorities groups like Rohingya women and LGBTQ+ communities. These are some of the recommendations I would like to share with the international community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Abepu, for your request and recommendation on 6 points. I noticed that your first request was to provide sustainable funding, sustained funding. And I think at this time of war going around currently, there have been all the resources sucking into these wars, and then women's organizations are very much aware of this situation. And hopefully this session will be a call to give that kind of funding and resource, as Christine Arab has said, devoted to that. But let me ask Yang Yi first, and then Richard next.
Yes,
on,
thank
on
you.
your additional point.
In reference to what the international community can do, I think it's important to invest in women's movements for justice, accountability, for a durable peace. And we need to sort out some strategies in the needs of grassroots women in conflict areas and their visions for a peaceful future of coexistence. Myanmar is a country where it's multi-ethnic, multi-religious, so the peaceful coexistence is a very important issue. Rape and sexual violence continue to be used as war weapons. The military has enjoyed 7 decades of impunity, and the rampant sexual and gender-based violence continues to this day. The international community must act in solidarity by listening to women and building trust and a better understanding of the relevant context and the solutions that grassroots women identify. And we as the international community must not lead nor rush, force or speed up the process needed for genuine and meaningful on-the-ground processes. ASEAN is crucial and must also support Myanmar-led and owned dialogue processes. The 4 pillars of the WSP we tend to forget is the restoration, the relief and recovery. And this means equal distribution of aid to women and children. And I've noticed that in ethnic communities, it's the women who are sharing this load to get the aids that doesn't reach the ethnic communities. And some of you may not know that there is this thing called Friends of the Security Resolution 1375, which is an ad hoc informal group initiated by Canada. They must advocate more publicly support the Myanmar women's movement as key agents of change for New Myanmar and support their ongoing efforts for justice and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang He, for your insights. Yes, Richard?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think to come back to the funding question, which is critical, because as Christine said, the leaders are there, the institutions are there, the funding is not. But why is that? I mean, I think the problem is that the international funding architecture is not set up to deal with crises. You know, we've seen Myanmar, which received a huge amount of development assistance when, you know, there was a period of optimism. And then as soon as it went into a period of crisis, all of that was cut, and what you're left with is humanitarian funding. And we know that global humanitarian funding cannot keep up with the demands upon it. It certainly can't keep up and is not designed for a situation where a country and its economy has imploded. It's not designed to respond on that level. And yet what else is there? Development funding obviously is designed for states and for institutions, and that's not suitable. So I really think we need to go back to basics and think about how you know, global funding can operate in a way which can respond to the needs that are out there. And we know these are going to be long-term needs. This is not something for a year or two that an emergency surge fund can respond to. I think the IFIs have a huge role to play in this, and they are stepping up in some contexts around the world, and I think more can be asked of them. But we need to rethink that architecture. The other point I would make is that you know, we can focus, and we should focus, on the atrocities being carried out by the military, by the regime. Our ability to influence them is somewhat limited. We should also look at those institutions and actors who we do have greater ability to influence as well. I think it's important to focus on the political institutions, as I said, of the opposition, to make sure we hold them to a high standard of not just paying lip service to women's roles, to including youth, to including ethnic diversity, but actually that they operationalize this in the way that they work. And I think it's incredibly important, and I've just lost my last point, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Christine. Yeah, if you have any additional points.
I do, and I was remiss in my start because, as UN Women, I really want to commend the Republic of Korea as a Security Council member, about to keep this topic on the agenda. As regional directors, Hae-kun and I cover Afghanistan and we cover Myanmar, and they are both quite forgotten, but in particular Myanmar. So really thank you to the Republic of Korea for making sure that this has been given the emphasis it needs. Why? Because it's exactly what colleagues have just said. If there was peace tomorrow, the long-term impact of what's already happened would take a decade to change. And we see too often that in the middle of the crisis, the women come forward. And as soon as the crisis starts to recede, the old structures come back. So Hai was very right to mention Cox's Bazar. The UNHCR is the administrator of a massive camp, as you know, in Bangladesh, of which the host country has had to absorb a great deal. And the UN works very closely. And you have the oddest things happening. There will be surges of kidnapping of young men in the camp because camps replicate the conflict. And because there are periods of surges of kidnapping of young men to go back into Myanmar, it's young women and older women who stay up all night. They stay up all night, they sleep in front of the doorstep, they sleep on the rooftops of their homes, and then they come into the shelters that we've set up. They're not shelters, they're spaces for integrated services for women, just to rest during the daytime, so that at night again, they can do that. So they are the first responders of security for their families. Now, if, God willing, there is stability and peace and they can return home, that old gendered stereotype of the man being the protector will fall in like that. In Afghanistan right now, a man feels significantly less safe on the street if he's with a woman. I've never heard that in my career, of a man feeling less safe if he's with a woman, because of how much they are the targets of policing, of everything. So my point is that gender roles are so deeply entrenched that in the minute of a conflict, we can see women as the resilience, but when the conflict passes, we see a bunch of men over and over and over again. So that is where the importance of sustained financing and sustained voice is crucial, because it takes a long time for our bone marrows to change. Thank you.
Thank you for your additional points. Yes, although it is true that when the crisis is over, the deeply rooted social unequal structure and gender roles come back. But I think there are also good examples from Korean women's movement. For example, Korea suffered these long entrenched gender stereotype typical and then limitations in women's roles, but women's movement, active women's movement, tried to change it very much from the 1970s. And then there was a old saying like, if hen, the female chicken, cries, then the whole family goes into bankruptcy. We used to have that kind of thing. And then women's movement changed it into a new slogan saying that if hen cries, she lays an egg, you know? So from a negative, more positive. And I think also women in Myanmar, the peace builders, women human rights defenders, have been actively trying to change this kind of gender role stereotype, because when I was on the committee on the elimination of discrimination against women, CEDAW committee, the women activists brought the next generation of young women into the CEDAW session, trained them. So I believe that there are young women who would like to change all that, and hopefully, yeah, this kind of rolling back into the old negative tradition will not continue in the near future. Yeah, but yeah, I take your call for more resources, you know, sustained funding, etc. Yeah, Hae-kyung, do you want to add any points? Yep.
Yes, no, just to echo about the sustainable funding. And of course, as a humanitarian agency, we go to the field and we meet with the mothers and girls, and actually what they say on the ground, and these are people who sometimes have been displaced more than 6-7 times, and they want jobs, right? They appreciate the assistance, the humanitarian assistance, but they want livelihoods, they want education, they want health medication, right? So I think that's why from UNHCR we are looking from the beginning to make our assistance sustainable, and then when it's possible to give solutions, right? So with COICA UNFPA, we are working in Kachin so that they can get a comprehensive assistance for those who are coming back. So I think it's very important what everybody has said, the IFIs, and on how in a principle, but you know, like looking at the future of the people, the attention of the international community, and Korea as member of the Security Council, as Christine also mentioned, the added, I don't want to call it burden, but maybe the added commitment that we can have from the government on the situation in Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this special session is only for 1 hour, and we have to come to close. But I think our utmost message from this session is, first, we should not forget Myanmar in this current crisis all around the world. Second, we should try to bring changes from inside as well as from outside, giving all our attention and assistance, whether you are from the UN agencies, from the ASEAN member countries or from other member states, or whether you are from the civil society. So don't forget, and then provide sustained funding and assistance for the women in Myanmar and around Myanmar, so that they can keep their effort on peace building with resilience and with persistence, with a revolutionary and visionary future in their mind. So I think this is the message that I would like to conclude the session with. And I thank for all the panelists for your excellent contribution, as well as for Meisabe Pugh, who joined from USA online. Thank you very much for all, and thank you, Ms. Julie Bishop.
Thank you very much for the constructive discussions, and thank you for keeping Myanmar alive with our discussions as well. This brings us to the end of the special session. But before we conclude, I would like to bring up to the stage our special envoy, Bishop, for a group photo. I think that she's already an honorary Korean citizen because of the photo taking. But please join us for the group photo all together with our panelists and our moderator. And while we do so, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just introduce what we have next on our radar. We have the award presentation for the winners of the Global Youth Contest. So please don't go too far. We'll just take about a 10-minute break, and we'll be back soon. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for joining us once again. So with that, I think we can now proceed with the award ceremony for the winners of the Global Youth Contest. And now, just to give you some background, from October 7th to November 10th of this year, the youth from around the world have submitted in their essays and artworks. A total of 495 essays and 193 artworks were submitted, and among them, the winners were selected through a 10-day public verification process. And then after that, a result of the winners were selected, and the two teams were selected for the second place prize, one for the first place prize, and one for the grand prize in each category. Well, now that I've gone through the whole process, I'm very curious to see who came out with a short list of the winners for the contest. So if you're as curious as I am, let's take a look at all of the winners together. So in the arts category, in second place, Who Are You by Nguyen Hieu Hien from the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and Dream Weavers for Peace, Women by Mo Han and Ling Xiu Huan from the People's Republic of China. In first place prize, the Security Council number 1325, Flying on the Flower Road of Peace by Im Gyuri of the Republic of Korea, and the grand prize, Women and Peace, 25 Years in Action by Dwi Eva Fitriana and Tri Eva Fitriani from the Republic of Indonesia. And now moving on to the essay category. In second place prize, Reimagining WPS, Empowering Women in Shaping a New Era of Global Peace and Security by Hanifa Yasmin Atira and Razara Rugunita Hasina from the Republic of Indonesia. And from Victims to Pioneers, Interfacing Women's Role in Peace and Security by Farhira Ardini Putri and Fariz Eldaka from the Republic of Indonesia. First place prize, Presence, Promotion, and Protection, 3 Pillars for Advancing Women in Peace and Security by Seo Hee-won of the Republic of Korea. And the grand prize, Promoting Women's Role in Peace and Security through the Localization of Women, Peace and Security of the WPS Agenda by Efetobor Stephanie Efevotu and Kadishi Undudi Olise from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the winners a big round of applause. So now that you have seen the short list, we will now proceed with the award ceremony for the representative award winners. And the award will be presented by none other than Mr. Lee Cheol, the Director General for International Organizations and Nuclear Affairs. We'd like to now invite him up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you for joining us, Director General Lee. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that once we have set the stage to bring the winners up, we will now bring up the first place prize winner in the art category. I think that we're ready. Congratulations, Im Gyuri, please come forward. Congratulations. Ms. Im Gyuri, please come forward to claim your prize. First place prize in the art category, Im Gyuri. This certifies that the above-mentioned person has won the first place prize at the 2024 Global Youth Essay and Art Contest, hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. December 10th, 2024. Cho Tae-yeol, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Congratulations. Please give her a big round of applause. And of course, with our bouquet of flowers and the plaque, we'll now pose for the photo. Please give her a resounding round of applause and smile for the photo. Ms. Lim, big smile. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director General Lee. Please remain on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on with the grand prize for the essay category. Congratulations, Efetobor Stephanie, Efevotu, and Kadishi Ndudi Olise. Please come forward. Congratulations. A bigger round of applause for her coming all this way. Congratulations. The grand prize for the essay category. Efetovor Stephanie Efevotu. This certifies that the above-mentioned person has won the grand prize at the 2024 Global Youth Essay and Art Contest hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. December 10th, 2024. Cho Tae-yeol, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Congratulations. A big round of applause, please. And the beautiful flowers as well as a plaque is delivered. Congratulations. Can we see some teeth for the smile? Thank you. Big smiles, please, for the camera. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, thank you very much, Director General Lee. Please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Can we give another big round of applause to all of our winners? Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, these were the representative winners, and we will also be delivering the plaques to all of the other winners as well. And now we'll swiftly move on to our youth session towards the next 25 years of women, peace, and security agenda. So I would like to ask our moderator and panelists of the youth session to join us up on stage. Please come up. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them up on stage with a big round of applause. Thank you. I have great expectations on what they have to say because they are now going to lead us into the future generation. So I think that they're ready for us. So I would now like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Emilia Hanuksela, the team lead of the Youth, Peace and Security at the UN Youth Office. Please, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, and I'm actually going to stand up. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, how are we feeling? I love the energy. That's amazing. Keep it up. So it's really an honor to welcome you to this youth-led panel discussion, which will actually be taking us for a journey into the future. So we will be looking at what will the next 25 years look like of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. So it's going to be very exciting. I hope you are as excited as I am today. So my name is Emilia, and I will be kind of your host, navigating you through this journey into the future. But before we kick off this session today, I would like to ask you a question. How many in the audience are familiar with the Pact for the Future, which might appear on the screen soon? So if I can have a show of hands, if you can raise your hand if you have ever heard about something called the Pact for the Future. I saw a couple of hands. That's great. Super. Actually, quite a lot of hands there in the middle. That's really good to see. So the Pact for the Future, it was actually recently adopted by the member states at the United Nations during the Summit for the Future. And it's quite significant because it includes some concrete actions on how we will together advance both the Women, Peace and Security agenda and also the Youth, Peace and Security agenda. And these are actions actually that the Global Committee has now committed to, and they are valid on the global, regional and country level. And this will also be our blueprint today as we start the discussions with our lovely panelists. So with a show of hands again, Who here is ready to now embark on this journey into the future of the Women, Peace and Security agenda? Is anyone ready? I see a lot of hands here. Super, okay, so let's start the session. And I'm really thrilled to be joined here by our distinguished panelists who bring a lot of expertise on the Women, Peace and Security agenda. You have so much insights on peace building, gender equality, mediation. I could go on the whole day. But let me cut to the chase and introduce you to this brilliant all-female panel. Starting with Noor Aziza, the director of the Rohingya Maya Faunyor Collaborative Network. Welcome. A little bit of applause, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Then we have Hajar Sharif, the co-founder of Together We Build It. Welcome. Thank you. Next, we have Pashtana Dorani, executive director from Learn Afghanistan. Welcome. And last, but definitely not least, we have Yubin Kim, the Korean Youth Envoy for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. Welcome. Amazing. Well, it's great to have all of you joining us here today. And let's start this discussion by, as I was saying earlier, looking into the future. That's where we're headed right now. And as we all know it, there is a lot of exciting things that can happen in the future. And a lot has already happened when it comes to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, since it was adopted almost 25 years ago now. So it's been quite a long time. But also a lot of work remains to still be done. So now I would invite all of our panelists to put your creative hats on and to really paint a picture for us. How do you see, what do you envision for the Women, Peace and Security agenda when you look into the future? So each of our speakers will have a couple of minutes to share their visions with all of us here. And as our speakers are sharing and painting this picture of the future, you might be seeing some images popping up on the screen behind us, so let's keep an eye for that. So allow me to start with Noor. Would you like to elaborate on how does your vision look like?
Sure, thank you so much for that gracious introduction, and it's nice to still be included as part of the youth movement. I think it might be my final year in being part of the youth. But I am the director of Rohingya Maya Faunyor Collaborative Network. So Maya Faunyor essentially just means women in our language. We are a refugee-led, Rohingya-led, women-led organization. And you can see my team over here in the back, a team of 4 incredible Rohingya women that you might have never seen before. We started off with a team of 4, and now we're a team of 8. The unique thing about our organization is beyond working experience, each one of these women, Yasmin Ullah, myself, Nur Hayati, and Nur Hayati, they both have the same name, please don't ask me why. Each of them has faced the horrors of displacement and violence from Burma to ASEAN countries. I myself was displaced in Malaysia for 8 years and a half before I received resettlement in Australia. And in these countries, we received very little support for our education, for our livelihood, until we were able to do that in the respective countries that we resettled in. The double Noors, they live in the US now. Yasmin lives in Canada now. And what we do is we focus on Rohingya issue in ASEAN because that becomes a blind spot for Rohingya. And we all have the lived experience. And I guess to answer your question, what I envision is for Rohingya women to be included in the decision-making processes, but not in a tokenistic manner, but actually be there in the room. Today, I met a couple of people during some informal meetings and lunches, and they said, "You are the first Rohingya that I have ever met in my whole life." I'm so happy to see that. And that really touched my heart. So I envisioned that from a team of 4 to 8, we hope to see a team of 30 Rohingya women doing the work for the community. One final thing I'd like to add is statelessness has also become a factor of, it's easy to exclude us because we are the largest stateless community in the world. There are 2.8 million Rohingya worldwide. There are more Rohingya outside of Burma, Myanmar than inside. I think that underscores the severity of our crisis. We've been pushed outside of our ancestral homeland and displaced in neighboring countries. Out of the 2.8 million Rohingya, only 1% of the 2.8 million live in peace and have identity and a passport, and I'm part of that 1%. But we shouldn't make that become a reason to exclude Rohingya women in the process. So we hope to keep being at the forefront of decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noor, for sharing about this inclusive vision, and you touch on one of the key principles also of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, which is participation. And I'm sure we will hear a lot more examples around the participation, especially of young women in peace and security. But let me now turn to Hajer. Could you elaborate on your vision for the future of the WPS agenda?
Of course. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the energy, and thank you for the Republic of Korea for convening us today and your generosity in hosting us. It's been really touching, so thank you for that. I think for me, and I think it will be self-explanatory in terms of the photo, for me the future is truly intergenerational co-leadership. Not only in WPS and YPS, but in peace and security general. And the reason why I have this photo of the late Kofi Annan, because for me, this truly resembles a true partnership between different generations. I had the privilege of engaging with him as part of the Extremely Together initiative, and I've seen firsthand how an intergenerational co-leadership can actually be implemented and practical. So maybe to say a little bit about what do I mean by an intergenerational co-leadership, because for me, doing things from an intergenerational perspective and doing things from an intergenerational co-leadership perspective, it means that we're learning from the past, we're improving the present, and we're presenting and ensuring that there is a better future for all. And I think after soon to be 25 years of WPS, soon to be 10 years of 2250, the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, I think this is really the time to merge both of them together. We can still have the two resolutions as they stand right now, but I think we need to do more efforts into bringing these two resolutions together, two agendas together. And maybe the last thing to say, just to be a little bit provocative, I truly don't see a future for WPS if it's not implemented from an intergenerational co-leadership perspective. And when we go to the next segment, I'll explain why. But just again, to be provocative, let me make the statement now.
Thank you so much, Hajer. We like that, don't we? And I think we need to be a little bit provocative and to think outside of the box. And I really love this example that you talk about, the intergenerational partnerships and bringing generations together. And I also like the fact that you touched upon the synergies between the YPS and the WPS agendas, which can be very powerful. And we will actually be elaborating on this a little bit later in the panel. But next, I would like to turn now to Pashtana to hear more about your vision for the future of the WPS agenda. Over to you.
Thank you so much for asking that question, and thank you so much for the Republic of South Korea to invite me again to share the stage. It is my second time. I think I would really want to focus on two things that most of us shy away from: soft power versus hard power. And let me explain this further. Soft power is women in leadership in civil societies in local tribal settings. Today, I don't come and share the stage with you guys as someone who has founded LEARN as an organization that focuses and runs secret schools in Afghanistan. My focus here is I'm representing a tribal community that has gone through war for the past 40 years. And even today, the women in my community, widows, are not represented. They're the last ones that are even seen or heard. And today, the women of Afghanistan, everybody talks about them, but nobody is actually talking to them. And even when they're talking to them, it's always an elitist approach. And the reason I am bringing in these pictures, this is soft power plus hard power. These are women who worked as cultural support team people from the US Army with the FTPs, which is Female Tactical Platoon members within the Afghan Army, who served for almost 20 years in Afghanistan. These women went to Helmand, a sister province to Kandahar, where I come from, and they served in schools, they served in hospitals, which is pillars in, by the way, in relief and recovery and participation in the Women, Peace and Security agenda. But they also worked on anti-terrorism. They also worked on key aspects when it comes to security. So I think for me, the future is no woman is safe until every woman is safe, and no woman is free until every woman is free. And for that to happen, it doesn't have to be a white woman helping a brown woman, but it has to be brown and white and every woman of color standing together and working together on an agenda, on a future that represents that country, but also the international framework. An example of that would be in 2020, COVID hit. We were working with education and content development in Afghanistan. We were only focusing on the South and especially only on Learn and the young girls from grade 7 to grade 12. 2021 happened, and Afghanistan fell apart. Today, girls in Afghanistan cannot go to school post grade 6. I came in touch with most of these women, and here's the fun part. In 2022, we were able to run the first secret satellite program within Afghanistan that helps young girls access education and internet, that helps almost 700 girls access schooling from grade 7 to grade 12, and that's not traceable by the current regime. That was only possible because Women, Peace and Security agenda was integrated into the training of military, which was a hard power, and in many ways, in my training as a tribal leader, growing up in that conflict zone community, that you have to work with different partners to enable resources and to make sure those work for them. So I think the one thing that I see for the future is safety, participation, recovery, and relief, but all of that in a realm where young women are not sitting on a stage just because they wear a headscarf or they come from a country that is conflict zone, but also they come with solutions, and those solutions are integrated into policies, and those policies become part of that identity of that country. I tend to hate a lot on a lot of things that an international community does in Afghanistan, because most of it ends up in a place where they tend to only listen to us, but not actually work with us. So I think for me, the next 25 years are more action, more representation, but most importantly, working together in participation, not instead of just envisioning a future and then 25 years later meeting here and saying, oh, I think we did a good job, but thank you.
Thank you so much. And I really like the way how you were painting your vision by using the concrete example of education. And just to echo the principle you made on safe participation, on the protection of all the women and young women and everyone who is engaging with the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We have heard today already a lot about the fact that there are multiple various kind of threats that these different actors are facing when they're building peace and security in their communities. And I think looking towards the future, this is something that we all definitely want to address and improve. So thank you for that. And now I will turn to Yubin to please share a little bit about your vision for the future of the WPS agenda. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for this valuable opportunity. Honestly, when I first heard about this panel, I thought, wow, women, peace, security, what a big topic to tackle. But then I realized, isn't that exactly what we're here to do? Dream big, think bold, and maybe even change the world together? From my studies in political science and international relations to my experience as a youth envoy for disarmament and non-proliferation, I witnessed remarkable shifts in what we consider normal. Today, we view equal voting rights as standard and reject war and violence as viable solutions. These are the universal norms of our time. When I think about the future of WPS agenda, I imagine a world where this conversation isn't even necessary. A world where women leading peace processes, rebuilding communities, and shaping security policies is just normal. Not newsworthy, not groundbreaking, just part of everyday life. That's the new normal I dream of. But getting to that new normal isn't easy. At REAIM, where I focus on AI and security policies, I learned two important lessons. First, AI technology is a game changer. It can amplify marginalized voices, and it can prevent conflicts before they escalate. And second, technology can also divide us if we don't ensure equal use and ethical use. It's a double-edged sword. Now, imagine a world where every young woman has access to this kind of technologies, where she can use AI to rebuild her community and lead a renewable energy projects in her village. That's not just peace building, that's creating a future where youth and women are the architects of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for outlining that quite ambitious vision for the future. And we, of course, love to hear that. And I found it very interesting how you were also touching on the principles of technology and artificial intelligence and how can we safely engage with these tools to build peace and security. So thank you so much for that. And all of the visions that you shared, I'm really inspired. It's been great to hear about your ideas, and I'm also looking at the audience here, and I encourage all of you to think about what does your vision look like for the next 25 years of advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And perhaps after the panel you can come and find us all and we can discuss and share some ideas together. So as you have heard, we have a lot of potential here. We have great innovation, a lot of different ideas to build on moving forward. But there are also some obstacles, as we all know. There are challenges with implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And most likely these challenges will continue to remain as well when we continue building peace and continuing to look at the path towards inclusive peace and the future. So now zooming in on these challenges and some of the obstacles, I would like to turn once again to our panelists to hear your thoughts on this. So what do you think are some of the challenges that you expect that we need to overcome when advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and really drawing on your expertise and your work so far? And based also on your experience, what are some of the solutions that we could put into practice to overcome these challenges? So for this round, I'll give you roughly 4 minutes to answer. And let's begin this time with Yubin. So the floor is yours, please.
Well, this question made me stop and think a while. The world challenge is always intriguing. It's familiar, yet it feels very different every time. From something very small like finding a good Wi-Fi to something monumental like advancing global peace and security, challenges keep us moving forward. The WPS agenda in particular is not just about discussions, it's about action and change, which makes it a more meaningful challenge. The first challenge I've observed is the gap between norms and action. Many countries create ambition plans, but this often fails to translate into tangible outcomes. At the REAIM conference, I've noticed the same issue. We shared fascinating ideas about the ethical use of AI, but there was a lack of concrete roadmaps to implement these ideas. Bridging this gap is the first step toward meaningful progress in the WPS agenda. The second challenge is the lack of collaboration with the private sector. The WPS agenda aims to empower women and marginalized groups and build peace in conflict zones. But much of the technology and resources lies within the private sector companies. If private companies are excluded from the discussion, the norms we establish might be risk being disconnected from reality. So private sector collaboration is key to turning the WPS agenda into action. This and now, I would like to propose a technology-driven public-private partnership model. This model aims for governments and private companies to collaborate, each taking on specific roles to guide ethical guidelines. In this collaboration, South Korea AI reliability certification can be a good reference point. This system, I came across this significant policy during my work as a youth delegate. It encouraged AI technologies to go beyond technical achievements and contribute to creating social value. In practice, successful cases like AI-tested cancer diagnosis systems and fair recruitment systems have demonstrated the reliability and social responsibility of these technologies. For example, let's imagine building a real-time risk monitoring system to protect women and children in conflict zones. Governments would collect data and provide ethical guidelines, while private companies would analyze the data and make it into actionable solutions. If applied to the WPS agenda, the partnership model could strengthen the safety of women and marginalized groups while enabling governments and private companies to develop sustainable technological solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think this is a really interesting example that you highlighted, both the challenge when it comes to the potential gaps in using technology, but also you spoke about the collaboration with the private sector. And I think there's a lot of potential there to really strengthen this type of partnerships and to do it in an intergenerational manner. And that kind of makes me look at Hajer here again, because you brought this up in your vision. So if you wouldn't mind elaborating from your perspective, what could some of these challenges look like in the future, and perhaps to give us some solutions as well based on your work?
Well, now let me go back to the first statement I made, that I don't think there will be, at least maybe to add, a good WPS future if it's not conducted and implemented from an intergenerational perspective. And in terms of the challenges, I think we do have existing challenges that we need to address even beyond thinking about, what would be the upcoming challenges. And these challenges, in my opinion, are external challenges. And what I mean by them, they are not challenges that originate from within. So there are not challenges that are within the WPS movement or the YPS movement, which, again, for me, if we find a way to merge these two together and create meaningful partnerships, then we will get an intergenerational co-leadership approach in doing peace and security general. But rather, they are challenges that, again, are external. And in my opinion, there are two. One challenge that relates to lack of spaces, and another challenge that relates to lack of resources. So when it comes to lack of spaces, and I really like earlier one of the panelists said, we need to create space for the leadership that already exists. Because I don't think there is enough space for that. Because what I've noticed, and maybe to give a little bit of a background, I started my work in this field more than a decade ago. And I joined both the women movement and the youth movement in a conflict-affected country, which also naturally means the WPS movement and the YPS movement even before 2250 was adopted. And what I noticed is that there is this segregation between the two movements and the two actors. But also what I noticed is that after 2250 was adopted, the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, actors who are mandated to implement this, and peace and security actors, implemented a bit of a linear approach without really understanding what it means to have a WPS agenda and a YPS agenda. And that created not only challenges, but that also harmed some of the progress that has been achieved on the WPS agenda front. And to give a very concrete example, I remember almost more than 9 years ago, there was a meeting that was organized by the UN mission in Libya, and it was a meeting that relates to peace and security that was focused on WPS, and it brought together women peace builders from across the country. And then young women advocated that young women need to be part of this meeting. But unfortunately, instead of expanding the space and making more space, what happened is that some of the senior women who were invited got disinvited and were told that, sorry, you can no longer come to the meeting because we have to include the young women now. Now we have a mandate to include the young women. And in my opinion, that was not only a horrible example on how to do YPS, but it's also a harmful thing to do because, of course, then the senior women who got disinvited, for the first time, actually, they started thinking that, okay, so now we're going to be replaced by the young woman, or now when we're hearing young women saying we want a seat at the table, that will come at our expense, while this should not be the case. If it's a table of 10 seats, make it 15, make it 20, but you don't need to make it 10. So this is one, lack of spaces. Then the other thing is lack of resources. As we all see, there is more and more reduced funding to peace-building work, especially for grassroots, especially for women-led groups and organizations. And with a more increased focus on supporting young women, which is rightly so, what I'm seeing as an emerging trend is a bit of either-or approach. Either we support organizations and groups that are led by senior women, or we support organizations and groups that are led by young women. And I've seen an example actually a few months ago where an organization that is truly intergenerational, that applied for funding, and then they got rejected. It wasn't because their proposal wasn't good. The justification that were given is that now we want to focus on supporting young women, and you as an organization, you don't qualify as that. And I think that's another example of doing things in a harmful way, because then people, are really putting two actors against each other and highlighting even more that there is a segregation or there's a separation. And that's why earlier I said, I don't see a good future for WPS without implementing things in an intergenerational perspective, because I think the reality is, again, with lack of spaces, with lack of resources, if we're not doing things intergenerationally, then we're gonna end up competing with each other. And then that doesn't mean that, WPS or YPS will survive. It also means that something else is going to come up where these two agendas are going to be replaced, because this is what I'm seeing right now. Again, a bit of an either-or approach.
Thank you so much, Hasher, for that answer. And I think everyone in the room here can agree that these two challenges you highlighted are really kind of like hitting the nail on its head, so to say. I think especially when it comes to the resources. And I think the point you made was very strategic, to think about how can we mobilize resources, how can we collaborate instead of compete, and bring the generations together, and to do that in an inclusive and collaborative manner. And I think this also requires building trust and really making sure that these spaces are open for everyone to participate. So thank you for that. So now, turning next to Noor, to hear some of your thoughts on the possible challenges that might emerge and some solutions.
So part of the work that we do at Rohingya Maya Final Collaborative Network is we visit our communities that are in exile, and we focus on ASEAN, and WPS is extremely high in our agenda because we focus on women and children. So in the last year, we've gone to Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand, where there are many Rohingya currently in exile looking for a safe place to live in. And I'll speak about some of the key issues in Indonesia and Malaysia that women and children are facing. In Indonesia, sexual violence does not stop when you leave Burma, Myanmar. It actually continues in Southeast Asia. we've had many women leave Burma with their children and end up in Bangladesh, have very limited opportunities, and make that extremely life-threatening journey towards Indonesia. We've seen an increased movement of women and children arriving in the last few months, given that the violence in Rakhine State has increased, and there are ethnic armed groups that are also running away with impunity. And in Indonesia right now, what my organization is doing is we are providing gender-sensitive care to 6 Rohingya women that were raped on the boat by human traffickers. They've given birth to the children last week, but we were the first responders to help our people. And these are the gaps that we don't hear about, and these are the challenges that we face every single day as a very, very small refugee-led organization. Mind you, we are not a humanitarian aid organization. We go to ASEAN to look for systematic change as we've all faced the horrors and displacement in those countries. In Malaysia, when we visited our women just 3 months ago, it was a bit of a bittersweet moment for me because I spent 8 years and a half there being displaced. 90% of my time was hiding in the jungles, afraid of being detained. And I went there, we conducted interviews with our women, and they spoke about the exorbitant fees of medical facilities. There was one story that was so heart-wrenching. It was about a Rohingya woman. She was heavily pregnant. She went to the clinic, and she said, I need to give birth. I'm ready to give birth. And they asked for 5,000 ringgit as a deposit. 5,000 ringgit is about 2,000 Australian dollars. I mean, I don't even have that immediately. So we cannot expect the most persecuted community in the world, according to the United Nations, to have an ample amount of money. So what happened to this woman is she was left in front of the clinic, and her and her unborn baby passed away. So this is just one story of many Rohingya women that are currently facing the issues of violence after fleeing Burma, Myanmar. And these are some of the issues that my own mother faced in Malaysia. You know, Rohingya women have always been the key actors in keeping us alive. My own mum left Burma with 5 children, carrying 5 children. Do you know how difficult that is? To Malaysia, and to keep 5 children alive is very, very hard. And I remembered her sending us to different hiding spots. We had to pick up local language. We didn't pick up Bahasa Melayu because it was fun, because we wanted to download Duolingo. But it was a survival tactic. We knew that we needed to integrate in local community. Today, I speak fluent Bahasa. And so what we do, back to your question, to combat these challenges is we use our stories of resettlement as positive stories. The team members that you just saw now, they faced such hardship in Thailand and Malaysia with 0 education. And now Nur Hayati, she's an engineer. The other Nur Hayati, she's about to be a doctor. I went to the University of Sydney and had 2 degrees from there. I did political science and an education degree. So these are missed opportunities for ASEAN and beyond. Rohingya want to make meaningful contributions in these countries, but we're not given the resources and the platform. And one last thing I'm going to highlight, one of the challenges that's been extremely challenging for the Rohingya community and Rohingya organizations is the hate speech, misinformation, and disinformation against us in the region. And the Special Rapporteur, Tom Andrews, actually conducted a report that he released early this year and figured out that these hate speech were actually paid hate speech by very powerful people and utilizing the Rohingya plight to put money in their pockets to get votes. And this hate speech is manifesting to physical violence in the region. And who's facing the brunt of this physical violence? Women and children. And this hate speech, you know, I've been a victim of this hate speech. It's a language that we've seen from Burma. You know, the persecution of Rohingya has started way beyond the 2021 military coup. The language that's been used against us in the country is now spreading in the region. There was one video of me that was posted by UNHCR Asia, and I was talking about how Rohingya want a safe repatriation back to our homeland with a protective mechanism that's actually going to work for us. There are 5,500 comments under. You can have a look. And the languages were We don't want you. You're too dark. You are animal-like. You are like a thorn. And I wasn't surprised because I was like, oh, okay, this is exactly the same language that junta has used against us for a very long time. And you got to think about why hate speech is used in Burma first. Hate speech is used in Burma against Rohingya in order to normalize violence against us. And so when violence does occur against Rohingya in the country, then it's normalized because we've been compared to animals and thorns and trees and so on. And now we're seeing it manifest to actual violence. What we did amidst of this hate speech in Indonesia as a team is we conducted art competition amongst the Art Chinese community and the Rohingya community. And these artwork were incredible. Our winner was a young Rohingya girl, 15-year-old, showcasing her journey from Burma to Bangladesh to Aceh. And she drew these harrowing pictures and images to showcase people that she's not arriving in Indonesia to enjoy a 5-star resort in Bali. She's arriving in Indonesia out of desperation and the need to look for a safe place for herself and her family.
Thank you, Noor. Thank you for really highlighting these examples. I see that it's very difficult for you and probably also emotional, and I feel like there's so much power when you speak. So I think I can speak on everyone's behalf for being really grateful of learning more about these examples. You touched upon gender-based violence, you talked about hate speech as well, and you gave some very powerful solutions. I especially think the example you gave on storytelling and using arts and different creative methods to get these type of examples out there in the global community and to raise awareness is very important. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. So let me move on now to Pashtana to hear some of your challenges and solutions to these as well. Thanks.
So, building on what Noor said, and I could relate to so much of that, I kept on shaking my head. I was like, yes, girl, yes. I think for me, the women, peace and security agenda in Afghanistan has been so elitist that it has barely met the local movement in many ways, or the local tribal community, I would say. It has always been limited to the Kabul elite circle, people who ended up in parliament, people who could go to the UN circles, people who could go to the green zone circles. And I think the youth piece, and the YPS in the same way has been very limited to the same space. And in many ways, I come from southern Afghanistan. In the south, I'm from Kandahar, where right now the regime has its capital. And for the most part, people in my community or people in the South would look at things like WPS, YPS as something that only related to people in Kabul, things that would only be implemented to women who are educated, and wouldn't be something that would be relatable to us. And that's where the challenges began. So challenges, for example, in the past 20 years, women, peace and security thrived in many ways in civil sector, in army, but also funded corrupt politicians in my country, funded corrupt women in my country. And even today, to this day, many UN agencies are awarding them multiple bravery awards because these women stood up for something. And the reality is, when you Google them, they are drug leaders or drug cartel leaders or people who have kidnapped other people, women who wouldn't let the resolution of young girls under 16 being children to be passed when they were parliamentarians. And I think to myself, I'm like, as a woman, when I call that out, am I betraying my own gender? Because those are women who are representing Afghanistan in a very different light, and we need all the light right now we can get. As a young person, do I really want them to get that space? Because in the end, I know that they're going to get that attention, they're going to take projects, they're going to make Afghanistan a humanitarian industry, and in 20 years, we're still going to be asking for flour, for sugar, for security, for letting our schools to be open, for the lack of technology, for the fact that we'll be refugees. Here's a story from 2021. Afghanistan fell, we were under siege for 3 months. And in those 3 months, a woman passed into Pakistan. When she passed into Pakistan, she was about to give birth, and they wouldn't let her in into the hospital. So she had to give birth on the road, and she lost her life. And that horrified me so much that I thought of a clinic within the South before the women could pass into the country. Now, I'm an educator. I don't know a lot about healthcare, but I saw a problem and I found a solution, and I worked with local community leaders. And that is, by the way, a clinic that provides abortion too, FYI. So the reason I'm bringing in this is when you have local buy-in, when you have local trust, people will trust you. This morning, I got a call from a local community leader. For the past 2 months, we have been navigating the arrest of 2 people in my nonprofit, one a woman and one a man. Now, I don't want to take the name of the organization that is affiliated with UN and works for women, but were the people the reason that our information got leaked, because we were working with them. And when our information was leaked, our coworkers started getting arrested. And when our coworkers started getting arrested, they were like, oh, we're done. We cannot help you anymore. You are on your own. So I think Ms. Arab, she's not more here, but she was talking about women, WPHF, a fund that works with women, peace and security, and especially for women rights defenders. It is infiltrated in Afghanistan right now. Any fund that you apply for right now, it's infiltrated. So when you're applying for it, whenever you get funding from it, the Taliban already know you're getting funding. Because on the security check-in, when you're going into any UN office right now, you have to write your name and organization. And when you do that, the Taliban have that list, because that security person is, by the way, Taliban or a loyalist. So in many ways, I think these structures are not made to support YPS or WPS. They are open to being infiltrated. They are open to work with any sort of regime without resisting them. And I don't want to sort of whitewash that. There are a lot of amazing people who are trying very hard to make sure that Afghanistan and women participation and all of that is intact in many ways. But in many ways, I think we're also served on a platter just because we are people who are opposing the current regime openly. And the reason when I bring in these arrests, I would never in my life apply for a funding for this one reason when it comes to women, peace and security, or women humanitarian funding, because I would rather send my people to another country and be in debt than be infiltrated. Now, when I talk about all these problems and solutions, I'm talking about very local challenges. I'm talking about how people are getting arrested. I'm talking about how these are seen as elitist movements. And I'm talking about how these are something that cannot work within countries like Afghanistan. But there is also an understanding that we tend to forget, is that Afghanistan is a 5,000-year-old country. We have structures way, way before that WPS or YPS was introduced. So we have tribal structures where women do have a very important role, and they could play an important role only if they were engaged with. The same goes for younger people who have a very big network. I think they can be very instrumental in implementing policies, in being part of those policies, instead of just being part of the panel discussions. Last but not the least, I think it's very important that the leadership that is developed within this process is something that is clean, that is not corrupt, that doesn't carry the blurs from the last decades, and is also focusing more on Afghanistan or countries like Afghanistan rather than serving that current agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you really for these concrete examples, zooming in at the local level. And you also gave some very concrete solutions, forward-looking solutions to address some of these challenges. So as we have heard from our panelists here, there are significant challenges. There are obstacles that remain when we're advancing the WPS agenda. But there is also some optimism. We have solutions. And I think Hajer was the one who mentioned that the synergies between the WPS agenda and the YPS agenda, which stands for Youth, Peace and Security, are essential to keep in mind when we think about the future of the peace building sector. So with that, I would like to turn to the last question, and this time I will be very strict when it comes to timekeeping, so I would hope for the panelists to keep your answers to 2 minutes, really to give me an elevator pitch. And I'm wondering, when we look at the future, in your opinion, how can the WPS agenda better align with the priorities of the young people today when we talk about the climate crisis, digital security, and so on? And what kind of innovative new approaches can we take to bridge this gap between the WPS and the YPS agendas? And let's start with Hajer.
I think I'm going to be saying a lot of intergenerational now, that it might sound there is a secret intergenerational group that is paying me to say this. But I really think, again, it is adopting an intergenerational approach. And it's something you also said earlier in terms of trust. I don't think there is trust right now between different generations. Working on peace and security, whether we call it WPS, YPS, for me, the framework doesn't really matter. What matter is the actual work and the commitment. So I think what we really need is an intergenerational dialogue that is conducted in a safe space where we can really discuss all of these challenges. Because otherwise, I think we will still continue talking in silos and talking at each other, about each other, and not really talking with each other. And I think having a genuine intergenerational dialogue also about the different understandings between generations on what peace and security is fundamental to move forward.
Thank you. Yubin, over to you. You have max 2 minutes.
Okay. I would like to focus on 2 topics. The first one is climate crisis. In South Korea, we recently experienced 4 seasons coexisting in November. Some people were in t-shirts, while others bundled up in coats. And as a result, cabbage prices soared. Korean moms jokingly called it golden cabbage, while scrambling for alternatives to kimchi. This isn't just about strange weather, it's about security issue tied to resource scarcity, rising food costs, and potential conflicts. And next is the digital security. When the deepfake issue made headlines in South Korea, many of my friends turned their Instagram into private. And they were afraid their photos might be misused. This isn't just about technical problem, it's a serious threat that undermines trust in digital spaces. And I would like to suggest that first, AI technology can play a significant role in addressing issues like deepfakes and misinformation. For example, AI-powered detection systems can analyze videos and images to verify their authenticity. In fact, many countries are already adopting such technologies to identify and block false information. Deepfakes pose a particularly severe threat to women's rights advocates and activists. By linking this to the WPS agenda, these technologies can be utilized as tools to protect women's rights. For instance, AI can detect fake information and provide real-time alerts to users, using that women can engage in digital spaces more safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Noor.
I'll keep mine very short. I think we can see that refugee-led, community-led driven initiatives are much more impactful because it's combined with our lived experience and our professional expertise. So I guess my call to action is to support these initiatives and these much needed advocacy. It could be increased funding or also non-monetary support for organizations. I'll give you some examples of our successes in the last year. As an organization, there's been more than 45,000 Rohingya that's been displaced in the last few months, given the fighting amongst 2 armies in Rakhine. And out of the 45,000 that have crossed the Naf River across to Bangladesh, we've provided humanitarian aid to more than 2,000 families, and most of these were women and children. We were the first responders, a very small refugee organization, to provide them with aid. We've provided education support for Rohingya children in Malaysia. We are providing psychosocial support for 81 unaccompanied Rohingya children in Aceh, Indonesia. And what that means, these children have lost their parents during the sea journey, and they've actually witnessed their parents drown. And again, we saw that as a gap in much needed work for our children. So I guess I'll end it with a few call to actions. We need support, so please come and talk to me after this. In any way you can possible within your network, formally or informally. We need Rohingya women to be part of the decision-making process. There is a civil war in Burma, Myanmar. There is a lot of talk about what future Burma, Myanmar is going to look like. There was a period of democracy in Burma between 2011 to 2020. Did that provide Rohingya with an avenue for safety? No, it didn't, to be blunt. So democracy has failed Rohingya. So we need to ensure that Rohingya voices are part of the decision-making processes for a future Burma, Myanmar, and for us to be meaningfully included in the system.
Thank you so much. And last, over to Pashtana for your answer, please.
I think I would reiterate what I said, soft power versus hard power. Let's not sit in our corners and talk about this from a humanitarian action point of view or from a military action point of view. I think it's time that there is a collaboration, and let's not be scared when women in the military want to talk to women in civil society movements or want to collaborate, because that's how nations are built, and that's how the international framework is going to be built. The next focus, I think, for the next 25 years should be diplomacy, economy, and empowerment, and the focus again would go back to access to transformational tech, AI, or anything of that sort should be accessible, especially in conflict zones, because that's where the innovation comes from. Afghanistan right now, we're employing more than 4 types of innovative educational tools: an offline app module that works for anyone who's offline, a radio program that goes all over Afghanistan, connecting 6 million users, a SIM card program that connects more than 2 million users, and then last but not the least, a satellite program that is not traced by the current regime. The reason I'm bringing in these, I wouldn't have done this if it was not for other civil society organizations or the military people out there who helped with women, peace, and security. So again, going back, drawing on those, diplomacy, economy, and empowerment in a way where you can implement it rather than just making it a policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pashtana, and thank you to all of our panelists for highlighting very concrete, action-oriented ideas and solutions that also build on the synergies between the YPS and the WPS agenda. So a lot of food for thought that I hope that all of us can take with us now when we venture into the future. I hope that you have all enjoyed this session. I have personally learned a lot. And I also want to make the point, which I hope that all of you are aware of, that next year will be a very big year for both the WPS and the YPS agendas. It's the big anniversaries of 25 and 10 years. So there's a lot of celebrations coming, and I hope that we can take some of these ideas, suggestions, examples with us when we're now approaching into the future, into next year of 2025 and the big anniversary celebrations. And finally, I would like to invite all of the audience here to come and continue the discussion with the panelists and myself. I wish we would have had more time because there is so much to say about this agenda from the futuristic perspective, but I'm sure we can find a moment to continue the discussion. And last but not least, I would like to give a huge thank you to our esteemed panelists for your commitment to these agendas, both to the WPS and the YPS agendas, for all the inspiring work you do and for being here today to share about your examples and giving us so much food for thought. And also thank you to the audience for being so active. And as I was saying, the journey will continue. Kasahamnida.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't normally do this, but I think that our moderator actually deserves a stage on her own, because I think that she has given an exceptional amount of energy on her own. So please give her an extra large round of applause, please. Thank you. So please return to your seats. Thank you very much for the interesting panel discussion. I think that we have a great 25 years ahead. Also looking forward to the future. She says that she did not have enough time, but I think that she'll have, or the group of panelists also will have 25 years ahead of them to discuss into the future. So thank you very much for the interesting panel and the discussions that they have started for us today. So that brings us to the end of the youth session for now. And we've shared insights as well as the thoughts under the theme of approaching 25 years, or the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, sharing lessons altogether across the UN missions and nations. I hope that you've had a wonderful time with us, sharing various different discussions across various different subjects today. We still do have a lot to discuss. We have much more to do in the future, but for now, I think that it is time for us to close the conference for today. So with that, I would like to invite to the stage the Honorable Mr. Lee Chul, the Director General for International Organizations and Nuclear Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, who will deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to conclude the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. Let me firstly take this opportunity to thank all those who have contributed to making this conference a resounding success. My special thanks go to all participating speakers and panelists across UN missions, governments, and the civil society for sharing their valuable experiences and insights. I'd like to ask you to give a big round of applause to all these contributors. So when my government launched our first Action with Women and Peace initiative in 2019, we envisioned the changes that it could bring. And as we wrap up our 6th conference this afternoon, it is encouraging to see how this initiative has facilitated rich discussions as well as concrete actions to achieve peace and security for all. We had the privilege to hear a valuable first-hand account of how the UN peacekeeping missions operationalized the WPS mandate to promote women's meaningful participation in peace process. And in the second panel discussions, participants from Asian countries shared their assessment on best practices and lessons learned from their experience of developing and implementing WPS national action plans and identified areas for future cooperation. Special session on Myanmar was a overall important call to all of us that we should not forget Myanmar. And it underscored the importance of incorporating a gender perspective into whole aspects of our efforts in Myanmar to build a sustaining peace in that country. And finally, in youth session, I have to tell you that probably we are all deeply impressed by this different level of energy and passion of the panelists. and also inspired and encouraged by their deep insight and also the role they are playing on the ground already as an agent of change. And also I was very much encouraged to hear their vision for the next 25 years of our WPS journey. And also it was very insightful comment on how we also shape this WPS agenda in the middle of emerging and evolving global challenges. And I also have to tell you that we are very much inspired by the essays and artworks submitted by youth from around the world for the Global Youth Contest. I believe that their enthusiasm and engagement have made all of us here hopeful about the positive impacts that WPS agenda will have over the next 25 years. Distinguished guests, WPS agenda is not confined to conference room of the United Nations, as pointed out by a couple of panelists during the day. It comes to life through the participation of women and men from all strata of society. We should spare no efforts to build a world where women's voices are not only heard, but also drive meaningful changes in building inclusive and sustainable peace. As we all know, next year will mark the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Although we have made some progress with the adoption of the 9 subsequent resolutions on that subject and the establishment of the WPS National Action Plans by over 100 UN member states, but our action still falls short of our aspiration, and there is ample room for further actions. As a member of the UN Security Council, Republic of Korea will further strengthen its efforts to incorporate the WPS agenda into all aspects of the Council's work and to generate meaningful changes on the ground. In doing so, we hope to strengthen our partnership with all of you here. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending today's conference and look forward to seeing you again next year in Seoul. And also, I'd like to express my special thanks to our colleagues from the Foreign Ministry who has made a tremendous efforts to put all these things together, and also companies who supported our efforts on the MC for very excellent administration of the whole session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General Lee, for your kind closing remarks. Well, now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in all honesty, I believe that this is maybe my 4th or 5th time hosting the same conference. I have lost count. But every year, it is around this time, and I go home inspired by all of the speakers, all the panel discussions, and the sessions. So, in all sincerity, I would like to thank all of the speakers and panel discussants once again from the bottom of my heart. So, with this, I think that this brings us to the end of the 6th International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. I hope that you have had a meaningful time with us today. And with that, I would like to thank all of the on-site participants as well as all of our online audiences. And we hope to see you again next year around this time. Thank you very much.